Hey guys, welcome to the live. Oh, Charmaine, gotta bring her back on the stage there. Okay, so sorry for the technical difficulties. We're still having them from Belinda's end over there with this really bad echo. So Belinda will be turning her mic off and on as she talks, and then when she's not talking, she'll turn it off, or else we're gonna have a really bad echo going on. So in saying that, thank you, Bev. Bev's from Crime Courtroom Confidential. Go ahead, Bev. Just introduce yourself to everyone, and thank you for being here.
Hi, I'm Bev. I'm a lawyer in the UK. I've been having a look at the Canadian laws in relation to kind of the offences that might have been committed, whatever the scenario, and also looking at the statistics around child maltreatment and filicide, and the way that the child protection system works, which is very similar to the UK. So I've had a look at all of that, and I think we can probably break that down a little bit for people if it helps. Oh, Sonny, you're muted.
Right. Sorry, my bad. I'm trying. So I muted myself because I was dinging over there, making some sound adjustments there. Anyways, Charmaine, we'll go to you next, and then we'll go to Belinda, just because of the echo coming from Belinda.
Okay. What do you want me to say?
Whatever you want to say quickly. Just hi, everybody.
Just like, yeah. Hi, everybody. I am not going to be on camera today. I am up at my property finishing the 2 suites. I've got 12 family members showing up here to stay in an unfinished house for the next week. So totally stressed out. But because Belinda is here, I think it would be disrespectful for me not to at least kind of sort of show my face in a roundabout way. But I'm here to support Sunny, and I absolutely love hearing from Bev. And yeah, hi, everybody.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Belinda, before you hit on your mic there, you guys. So Belinda, I just want to say that I'm so happy that you're here today. I know that I've asked you a couple times to come up, and you weren't ready then. And this time you were. And I know that, like I said, everyone out there is behind you, because this is a fight for Jack and Lily. That's what it's about. That's the whole intent of course, this case is to find out what happened to Jack and Lily and get answers. So Belinda, with that being said, I'll let you talk now, so you can say hey to everyone on this one. And again, just go ahead and say whatever you'd like at the start. Talk about, you said about your son there, Cody, and you wanted to get that off the plate. So we'll start with that as well, okay? But thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. I'm Belinda. I am Lily and Jack's grandmother. Cody Sullivan is my son. There's been a lot of rumors, speculation, and talk concerning my son, and I really do want to clear that up, because it has nothing to do with Jack and Lily finding them or what happened to them. My son has been living here for 11 months now. I keep getting stuck on 9, but it's been 11 months now. And he does not have a criminal record whatsoever. He has never been out west. And he has had nothing to do with the children for 3 years. Him and Malaya were together for 3.5 years. Their relationship went downhill really fast after Jack was born. Malaya told me that she was not happy. She definitely wanted out of the relationship. And we supported her 100%. My son, I don't know if it was the pressures of trying to support a family. I'm not sure what happened, but he started drinking a lot, started doing the drugs, and in the end, he just didn't care. And she got tired of it and left. She went to court for full custody, and she went to court for child support payments, and he was paying child support right up until 11 months ago now, when he lost his job, lost his apartment, and lost his vehicle, and that's why he's home. Now that we have that out of the way, does it suck? Yes, it does. I make no excuses for him, but he is my son, and I love him with all my heart. And that's what I want to say about him. Now I want to know why everybody seems to be talking about everybody else, and I find Lily and Jack are getting lost in the background. Yeah, there's where I stand.
And go ahead and say your piece on that, if you don't mind, Belinda, on about that, because you're right. They get lost in the noise, and it's about Jack and Lily, but they get lost in the noise and a lot of misinformation and that. So how are you exactly feeling about everything that's going on in the true crime world and stuff like that?
This has been a real eye opener for the true crime world. I had no knowledge that this part even existed. When I found out that they were missing, I thought they were lost in the woods. I thought they were lost in the woods right up until we went there Saturday morning. And seeing where Malaya lived, seeing Malaya herself. And I still thought, well, the children must be up in the woods. There was a lot of woods. You could see the kids' toys all over the yard. You knew they well played there. Malaya was pretty, I'm not sure if it's shock, but she was very flat, non-emotional flat. I put it down to shock, that she just didn't know what to do, and she kept saying she didn't know what to do. I asked if those were the doors that the children went out, and she said yes, and she opened and closed them to show me how quiet they were, which I did find a little strange. I asked her around what time she seen them, and she said she never seen them since Thursday night when she put them to bed. I asked her what time she thought they got up, and she said between 8 and 8:30. But she said she didn't see them. She heard them out in the other room playing. She never said what room. She just said she heard them out in the room playing, and she drifted off to sleep. And when she woke up again, she didn't hear nothing, and she realized that the place was just too quiet. So they got up and they searched. She said they searched the house, they searched the yard, and then I think she said Daniel went off in the truck to search. So I asked her, I said, we're here to search. So you know your kids. You're the mom. Moms know their kids. You know what takes their interest, where they like to go around the yard, where you have to get after them all the time. And she said they always like to play up by their fort. So I told her we would start up there. So we headed out, and that's where we started. I never met Daniel that day. She told me that he was out searching. He's been searching since they've been gone. I did see her mom in the Daniel's mom, sorry. I seen Janie in the driveway. He had another woman with her. I wasn't sure who it was at the time. And I did see Justin outside at the time.
Okay.
I have a
Belinda,
question.
go ahead.
For obviously for Belinda, but and I don't know if Sunny is going to talk about this at all, but for me, with Darren's story, with what he says he knows, my question is, you said Maria came across as unemotional and flat, but had all of that just gone down on Friday, and now she's swarmed with police and searchers and everything, did you notice looking back, any kind of nerves or any kind of angst going on with her or anybody around her that Saturday morning when you showed up?
She was totally, a good way to put it was she looked totally lost. She had Meadow on her hip. She was holding Meadow, and she looked totally lost. Her grandmother was sitting in the living room. As for the people around her, I know when we come into the driveway, Janie was sitting on some kind of a bench thing or something in the driveway, and I can't remember who the woman was beside her. There was a policewoman standing there, and the policewoman was talking to them. We couldn't make out what she was saying until we got up closer. And Janie was really crying a lot. And this woman was saying to her, "It's okay, Mom. They're not blaming you. They just want to look in your trailer. They're not blaming you. They just need to make sure that there's nothing in the trailer." And she went on to say that there was nothing in the trailer. She didn't want them around her dog. And the policewoman told her that she was impeding an investigation and she would have to get a search warrant. And then I thought, well, we'll just continue on into the trailer. That was the only thing I found just a little strange, that I was wondering what that was all about. When I got inside the trailer and after I had hugged Malaya, I mean, I took to crying. Now, I didn't notice because I wasn't watching, but my sister stated that she noticed Malaya wasn't crying at all. She didn't have any tears, that she was very non-emotional. That after the hugging, and I stated about the woman outside that was upset, and she told me that that was Daniel's mother, and that she was having a hard time, and she said that was Daniel's brother. And I told her I seen the resemblance, so I figured they were related. She did tell me who the other person was, but I can't remember.
It
And
wasn't
that
Logan, was it?
I met Logan, I think it was, we were there Saturday. I don't remember Logan Saturday. I seen her in passing, but not to talk to her. I talked to Logan on Monday.
Were you there for the argument? I'm sorry, Sunny, I'm totally taking over. This is my last
I
question.
I was not there for the argument. When we were there Saturday, when we were getting ready to leave, we were in the woods searching. We come back out. I went back in to let her know that we were finished basically for the day. That was in kind of late afternoon. And we come back out when we were sitting in the car because, I mean, it was pretty miserable in the woods. So we were kind of breaking in the car. I seen Cindy drive up. She had some woman with her, and her her husband was also there. They went into the house. Then this vehicle pulled up and this gentleman got out and he introduced himself as the chief, but I'm not sure of what reserve he was talking about. I can't remember that. But he did say he was the chief and he was looking for Malaya. So I took him to Malaya's, and he went in. So my sister and I decided, well, we'll do searching just up the other road further. So we did. When we come back, I stopped in again, and the chief and Malaya, and there was one or two other people around the table, and I thought I heard him say about a prayer circle, and they were on like a conference thing on his phone, and I could hear words in the background and that. So I kind of made my leave at that point and I left. And then me and my sister headed out. So the only thing I can assume is we had just missed the big fight or whatever it was. We must have just missed it.
Or it hadn't happened yet, because from from my understanding, they had the big blowout, and then 5 minutes after that, they got in the vehicle and left, right? And Logan was there at that point, so maybe it happened after that. Like, I'm just trying to piece together that day. But thank you so much for answering my question, Sunny. Sunny, it's your show.
No,
You do your
you
thing.
know,
You do
because
it.
I was going to say we will come back to all of this, but before we get on with Bev, and because Bev's in the United Kingdom, you guys, so her time right now is like 11 o'clock at night, so we will come back to this. So Belinda, but before I go to Bev and you guys and Bev can talk about her different situations or theories or whatever you call it there, Bev. Scenarios, there's the words. Just a couple of things, if you don't mind, that I saw in chat. Can you please tell people that the text between yourself and Malaya and yourself and Daniel, that those were actual texts that we've shown that you've provided that information, just to clarify for some people that are just asking, just for clarification.
Yes, all the texts that you have shown have come from my phone. I know a lot of people are a little put out because Daniel did ask me to keep one part a secret and not to tell anybody. But at that point in time, I had seen Daniel out speaking everything out to the public on what he was thinking was taking place. And I thought, well, he hasn't told me anything in these texts that should be a secret. There was nothing there. So I figured, why is anybody keeping a secret? These kids are missing. What does it matter if the police think you shouldn't do this or you shouldn't do that? Let them worry about their investigation. Let everybody else that was there and knows something talk about anything they know.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, thank you for that. And then I'm just going to ask one more thing, if you don't mind. Or okay, actually, quickly, two things. RCM, with Darren's putting out this information, how are you personally feeling about this perhaps storyline or the information that he's putting out there? Are you happy with it? Or are you? Go ahead.
It is a good story. I think about it and I can make it make sense. I can see how it can look like it makes sense. Going by the CPS, going by Malaya's marks of she's protecting Meadow from CPS. I never got a chance to ask her, was she protecting Meadow from CPS because Daniel was due to have visitation? Or was she protecting CPS because she was afraid she was going to lose Meadow? That part doesn't make sense. They gave her custody of Meadow. So I can only go with the fact that she was upset that Daniel was going to get visitation. As for Darren's story, I did like the idea. I mean, of course, finding the kids, yeah, great. And I was starting to buy it. And then I started thinking of all the original talks, of all the times Daniel had spoken, of what Malaya had said to me. And it just didn't make sense to me in the end. So I don't see it.
Okay, appreciate that. You guys, this is Belinda, the paternal grandmother of Jack and Lily. That's why we're here. That's what it is all about. So Belinda, you guys was gracious enough. This is her first time on a YouTube platform. I see there's 653 people watching again. Please don't do it for the channel's sake. Do it for the missing and the murdered. And in this case, do it for Jack and Lily and Belinda and all the other family members that truly want to find answers. Your simple little touch on that like button gets it out into the algorithm. That's what she's asking for, is please just keep sharing their pictures, keep talking about it, and just putting their faces out there. So if you guys could do that for Belinda. I see that there's 170 likes right now. 180. You guys are awesome. Thank you. And so we're at 658 people. So please just keep splashing that, putting your DNA on that. So now I'm going to leave this to Bev now, between Bev and Belinda. And so Bev, did you want to speak first and talk about what you've been doing or working on? And go ahead.
Yeah, I can do. So I suppose, first of all, I want to say thank you, Sunny and Shah, for everything that you're doing, because it's amazing how much you're keeping Jack and Lily's name out there. And Belinda, I am just so sorry that you're having to go through this. And thank you for taking the time to speak to us, because it means a massive amount to everybody who's been following the case. I think it really, really does. It certainly means a lot to me to hear your take on it. And I think you've been, because you're slightly removed from the situation, you're a little bit more independent. So obviously you're kind of more of a source of truth and clarity about what happened and what's going on. You've not got a stake in the game, really, have you? So I really, really do appreciate it. What I've been looking at, because I know that a lot of people, and definitely Kent the other day, were asking me lots of questions about, criminal offences that might have been committed, how and why Malaya needed to be supervised with Meadow, all of those things. So I've been having a look at it, and it is really, really similar to UK law, so I can describe it quite well, because I don't have to think about it from a different perspective, really. Slightly different names for things, but the same premise. So in terms of just one thing that I picked up yesterday when Darren was talking was Janie has said now that Malaya had Meadow on her hip when she was outside. And that really confused me. And it confused me because if you already had Meadow with you and the other two children, why in the heck did you not get in the car at the same time if your goal is to get out? So that baffled me. It's got to be said. And I'm not going to give an opinion about which I think is right, whether what Darren's saying is true. I certainly think he believes that it's true. Whether that's based on solid facts, I'm not sure. And obviously the other option is that something has happened to Jack and Lily. And I really don't want that to be the case, but it is a possibility. So let's have a look at what's happened and why. So in terms of Meadow and Malaya going to her mum's, there will have been three options of how she was to be supervised. So we know, Darren made it clear yesterday, she was being supervised by her mum, not by CPS, and that makes absolute sense, because if you think the amount of cases that CPS have got involvement in, if they had to supervise anybody just 24/7, they wouldn't have any staff to deal with the other cases. So there are three different possibilities. One is a temporary care agreement. That can be just an informal agreement with CPS. It's written, so it's a clear agreement about what's going to happen. But I don't think that's what was in place. And the reason is they were able to quickly take Meadow into their custody. So I think it was either an interim care and custody order or an interim supervision order. And both of those can have conditions that mean that you've got to be supervised. So they can have care and custody of Meadow, but still say that she can stay at home. We have that. We call them care orders at home. The courts don't like them, and most CPS agencies don't like it because you've got responsibility for the child, but you've not actually physically got the child to be able to protect them. So most don't like that. I'm going to bet on a supervision order with conditions that she's got to reside with a mum and she's got to be supervised. Then, when that order is breached, CPS can take the child into custody. So they're the three options there. And then in terms of offences, if Malaya did interfere with or obstruct a person from CPS in the discharge of their duties. So in other words, she's taken Meadow somewhere else when she's not supposed to. She's obstructing CPS being able to get sight of Meadow. That means she commits an offence. It's punishable by up to a £2,000 fine or 6 months in prison. And there is also another offence just in relation to Meadow that could have been committed if she interferes with or removes a child from a placement. So if there was a residence order that she had to stay at her mum's and she takes the child elsewhere, again, that's an offence, and it could be punishable by £2,000 or a 6 month imprisonment. But then we've got all sorts of other things. So there could be, say for example, Malaya was scared about Daniel harming the children. She could have obtained not only a protection order for herself, she could have obtained one for the children as well. So that would then be, if he breaches that and comes into contact with the children, then he's guilty of an offence. And that's a £5,000 fine or 3 months imprisonment for the first breach of that order. If you breach it again for every breach, it's a £10,000 fine or 2 years in prison. So it increases if you are a repeat breacher of the order.
Can I ask something here?
Of course you can.
I never thought of this before, but for you to remind that, right, she was being supervised by her mom. She had to be supervised.
Mm-hmm.
Would being on any kind of drugs cause that supervision, or were they afraid of a flight risk, or could it have been where CPS was involved with Lily and Jack?
I think it could be a number of things. So we know that they were already involved. Then when Jack and Lily have gone missing, if there is information shared between the police and CPS where they say, we think that a criminal offence has been committed here by either Malaya or Daniel or both together, then in relation to the disappearance, then that would be enough for them to say, we need to protect Meadow. We've got to have somebody who's not one of those two individuals, not one of the parents supervising. And they always look at, is there someone in the family who can help with this before they think about taking the child away? Because every child deserves, if they can, to stay with their parents. That's the basic premise of child protection services. But it could be the original involvement. So we don't know exactly what that is. We know it said home conditions on the thing that the minister put out, but there could be more to it than that, because they normally, so I know that we do it, we'll say the top item, but there could be other things that are going on in the background that they're looking at as well. So it could be drugs and alcohol. It could, we know that Daniel's had an issue before, so it could be a recurrence of that. We don't know whether there's been any substance misuse by Malaya, and I'm not suggesting that there definitely has been. I'm just saying we don't know. So that could be it. It could be in relation to not just the home conditions, but say, for example, this is a common occurrence where they're keeping both children off school if one's a bit poorly or, you know, something's happening and that's a good excuse. Well, Lily's got a cough, so they're both staying off. And then you're not promoting the child's education. So it could be any of those things. But I think because it's happened straight after Jack and Lily have gone missing, it's more likely to be related to that. Would be my guess. But they will use the evidence that they've collected before as well to back it up. So they'll say, this is what's currently happening, but look at what's happened before. And this is more evidence to say that there is a risk here to the child, because that's what we're always looking at, is what's the risk to the child in the future. And then in terms of, we're all kind of thinking, if what Darren said is right, Malaya has made a huge mistake here by carrying on with this story. So I think everybody was of a similar view about that. But what has she done wrong is the next big question, isn't it? So we know that she's going to be in some kind of trouble. Why? And there are a few things. So the biggest, most problematic one will be if she's made any statements under oath to the RCMP, because that is classed as perjury, which is an indictable offence, and it's up to 14 years in prison. Obstructing justice or perverting or defeating the course of justice. So you're sending the police on a wild goose chase, that would fall into that category. 10 years in prison. We're not talking little offences. We're talking quite big, important ones. And every day that it carries on, that sentence, whatever they think is proportionate in the circumstances, will go up and up and up. But if she'd have not done it for a day, she's not going to get 14 years for it. But we're 7 weeks down the line. And I know that she's represented by a lawyer, and this baffles me, because if you're represented by a lawyer and you know that every day that sentence is going to increase, she will have been advised, I would suspect, can't say for definite, but certainly if she was my client, come clean as quickly as possible. So as soon as she contacted me, I'd be saying, right, okay, we need to do damage limitation. Let's put together a really clear statement about what happened and why, and let's go to the police and explain, because that's going to reduce your culpability and reduce the severity of the punishment.
Okay. Daniel told me on Monday, when I had introduced myself to him, that he believed Malaya had a lawyer lined up when she left on Saturday. And they've had this long for her lawyer to put out any kind of a statement, but the lawyer hasn't stated the word either.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by not putting out a public statement necessarily, but behind the scenes, I'm gobsmacked that she's not been advised to go and come clean if that is what's happened. And that's what, lends me to doubt a little bit whether that is what's going on, because it just doesn't really make a huge amount of sense. But there's lots of other things as well. So, we've got things like reporting an offence that has been committed when it hasn't. So she's talking about abduction and it's not been committed. That's a 5-year offence. Now, when they're looking at these, they're not going to give us sentences for each and everything on top of each other. They'll probably all run at the same time, if that happens, with a bit of an increase on whatever the highest one is. And it's a way to make sure that the sentence is proportionate when you look at everything that happened in the round in that instance. The time that you tend to get consecutive sentences that run one after the other, it's because they come out of different circumstances. So say, for example, something happens at the beginning relating to Jack and Lily being put in a car. and she makes the initial report to the police. If later down the line something else happens that's slightly different and it relates to different issues, then that will probably go one after the other. But if they're about the same thing, the same set of circumstances, they tend to run at the same time.
I'd like to point out too that, guys, tomorrow is 8 weeks. It's 8 weeks tomorrow. So for this to continually go on like this, no comment. If I had a lawyer, that's what they'd be telling. No comment, because this is outrageous.
Yeah. So for public consumption, you would advise no comment. For police interviews, particularly where you know that either the police haven't given you all the evidence that they've got, so you can't advise properly, or you know that the evidence is so strong that your only opportunity really is to test their evidence and pick holes in it later down the line, then you'd say, no comment in all the interviews. But where you know that somebody's done something like this and every day you're ramping up more punishment, then that's a slightly different issue. And you'd be saying, right, we need to find some way of limiting the damage. But I can't believe it's 8 weeks tomorrow. Belinda, I feel for you so much with what you're going through. I cannot even begin to imagine what it feels like. Has anybody got any questions? Has anybody seen anything in the chat? Because I'm looking at my notes and looking at the screen, so I'm...
Actually, I can't see chat. I tried to go into chat and it booted me, so I can't see chat.
We'll come back to that in a second. Yeah. Hey guys, don't forget. Thank you guys for joining us today. Belinda, of course, is the paternal grandmother of Lily and Jack. Everything she has done from the bottom of her heart is just provide as much information as she can, because it's not about Daniel and Malaya and whoever did whatever done it and stuff like that.
So, would you like me to...
Belinda type for being Lily and Jack's voice, please.
Yeah, 1 sec there. So again, if you haven't hit that like and share button, that's all Belinda's asking from anyone, is just keep this case out there, hit that like and share, do it for Lily and Jack, and always just keep their faces and everything that you can out there. That's all she wants. Now, who was about to say something? Was it you, Beth?
It was me. Chatty box over here. So would you like me to talk about the potential offences that might have been committed if something has happened? Or do we avoid that tonight?
No, Belinda, do you want her to
Yes, continue, please.
continue, please? Yeah.
Okay. So offences against the person, so violence offences generally speaking. There are a few different things. So when we look at what might have been happening, and I know that there's been reference to potentially, Daniel hitting the children or, things that may have happened in the home. You'd be looking there at, first of all, the potential that they've committed criminal negligence because they were, sleeping in. They know that these children who are potentially autistic are up and about, but they're still dozing. And for that, you need to do anything or omit to do anything that you've got a duty to do. Now, you've got a duty to protect your children and supervise them properly. And then you have to show either a wanton or reckless disregard for their safety. I think that would depend on why the door was unlocked and they were able to get out, if that's what happened. What the usual routine is, and is there something on Sorry, I've just totally got distracted by something that I saw in chat. Or is there something on the door that allows it to be locked usually? And then you've got offences where you cause bodily harm. That can be up to 10 years imprisonment, depending on the severity of the injury. And then you've got different types of, and I'm sorry, Belinda, different types of homicide. So you've got it, the type where you directly or indirectly cause the death of somebody, but it's not culpable. So it's more akin to an accident, I suppose, that's happened. But where there is culpability by the person who's done something that's caused it, it can be by an unlawful act, by a criminal negligence that we talked about before, where you do something or don't do something that you've got a duty to do, or you cause the person by threats or fear of violence or deception to do something that causes death of another person or themselves, or in fact just willfully frightening a child and then passing away as a result of that fright. That is in fact culpable homicide, which surprised me. We don't have that in England. Now, there are different levels of culpability. So you've got first degree murder where it's planned and deliberate. You've got where it happens as the result of either a kidnapping that's gone wrong, criminal harassment, that type of thing. But it's something that is a deliberate act. And then you've got anything else falls under. There are a few other things in there that wouldn't apply here. So you've got contracted murder, police officers that get murdered, hijacking, criminal, organised criminal gangs, and intimidation, and during an intimidation. And then everything else is second degree murder, or manslaughter, which is where, for example, it happens in the heat of passion, or it's caused by provocation. That's not going to be anything that's possible here, because the children, they can't provoke you into doing something that's that violent. But then when they're looking at the level of sentence to give, and these can range anywhere from 14 years to life, they'll look at the aggravating factors, and the biggest aggravating factor here, these are children, and they are very young children. So they are vulnerable just by the nature of the fact that they are so young. And the people in question would be people that have got custody and control of them. So they're the types of things that could have been committed. Is there anything, Belinda, that you particularly want to know about?
I can't think of anything right off the top of my head. I don't worry so much about what could happen to Daniel or Malaya if they're found guilty of anything. that my brain hasn't even processed that far ahead yet. I just keep looking at Malaya as the Malaya that I knew, and I just can't see her hurting Lily and Jack. They were her babies.
So that obviously it's a good piece of information to know, because one of the things that the research says is past behaviour is the best predictor of future behaviour. So if she's always been very loving towards these two children, and you've always got to look at each child individually, because we know that in some families, one child will be treated very differently to everybody else. So, but if in the past she's been always very loving to these children, that makes it less likely that potentially it's her that's done something violent. Now, negligence is a different thing, because, you know, if you are, there's been mooted the idea of depression, there's been mooted the idea that there's substances involved. All of these things, they can impact on your ability to care for a child. So that could impact on it, but it's certainly a really good indicator of what might be correct. I think someone's just asking, Belinda, can you speak at all to Janie's character? Do you know her personally?
I do not know Janie personally. The first time I seen her was Saturday. I was never officially introduced to her. From what I've seen of her, she's a very capable woman, that she speaks her mind. She had no problem telling the policewoman that they weren't going in her trailer right at that time. And after the policewoman left, she told Malaya, she said, when they come back and they go in, you make sure you hold on my dog. You hold my dog. And Malaya told her not to worry. But
That
she
does
seems,
concern me a little bit about why did she not want them to go in?
it did concern me that day. I did wonder, my sister and I talked about it, like, what's the big deal? Get somebody to take the dog, because he had a couple of little sheds there that were empty besides the chicken coop. So the dog could have stood in there with somebody.
Yeah.
So I was a little concerned about that. That I do know the dog barked the whole time we were there. The dog just barked continuously. So I could tell the dog was a big dog. I couldn't quite see its face, but my sister and my daughter were close enough to the trailer, and they stated that it was a big dog.
So it could have been just that she was worried about the dog and the reaction to the police going in.
That's the way I took it. That is the way I took it. I'm an animal lover, so I know if I would be worried about my dog too if I was her. So that is
and we
the way
know
I
that
took it.
it doesn't end well for the dog if they do
Right.
go for somebody who's come into the premises. So yeah, that could be the reason behind that. I think somebody in the chat asked if my name is known. I've not got my entire name out there on social media. I did actually mean to email Sunny my practicing certificate, and I can do that in a minute, just so that she knows that I am who I say I am and that I'm qualified, as I say. The reason that I don't have my name out there is simply because I'm employed by a local authority, and there is an issue around kind of having my name associated with that authority, and also talking about true crime. That's the only reason. So I don't want to cause any difficulties. for my employer.
Would you mind? Oh, sorry.
Go on. What were you going to say?
No. Well, sorry, I didn't want to cut you off. So finish your thought.
No.
If there was.
I think I was literally just kind of on the
Okay.
end of finishing.
So if you don't mind, okay. And so thank you, Belinda, about that. And you guys, we are going to come back to that day about the search with Belinda in a bit. Okay. So after that, we'll have some questions and if she can answer them, but we are going to kind of do that. But right now, there are some people, if you don't mind, Bev, that are wondering, is this a normal situation where two kids go missing? Let me just go into the thing. Okay, Sunny, there's a question that keeps coming up. They're asking Bev about if it's common or uncommon for a parent to feel like they have to protect a child from CPS. That one?
Yeah. Massively. It's a really standard feeling. So a lot of people are very untrusting of the authorities, particularly if they've had involvement by them before. Unfortunately, in the role that I'm in, I see a lot of parents who come back through the system on a repeat basis. We can remove a child and then there will be another child and we remove that child. And the more that happens, obviously, the more defensive the parent will become because they don't want that to happen again. Of course, the best way to deal with that would be to work properly with the local authority or the CPS authority to iron out what needs to change. I'm not from Yorkshire, but very close to whoever asked that in the chat. I'm from Manchester, so up north, but not quite Yorkshire. Yeah, so it is quite common that people would feel that. We don't know what depth of involvement CPS had previously, and we don't know what they've said to her on this occasion, but to suddenly be told you've got to stay in a particular place and be supervised by your parent when you're an adult with looking after your child, that can feel quite intimidating, I think, for a parent.
Bev, a situation like this that we're looking at, okay? I mean, like I said, there's only a couple things that could have happened here, really. But anyways, in the situation that we're looking at with, again, that Malaya, if this has anything at all to do with Malaya, of course, this situation that's happening where we understand that if she would have just, if it did, right, hypothetically, allegedly, she would have done this. At any point, she could have done many different things, different ways. But on the scale of going up to 8 weeks, pretty much now, and to think these children are hidden somewhere, what would you kind of almost give that percentage to this theory, if you want to call it that? Like, you understand my question, I guess, that I'm asking?
I don't know whether I'd be able to give it a percentage. I think...
Like, there's the likelihood.
To me, it doesn't seem to be the likely option, simply because of the fact that it's been such a long period and we know she's got representation. So if she was just hiding out somewhere on her own, getting herself into more and more of a panic, you can think, well, essentially you'd let it carry on and think, pray to God they don't realise. But for somebody who has legal representation, that makes me think I'm not really behind the idea. But it's not something that I can rule out in any way, shape or form. I think, there is a fair chance that it might be the case. If it is, I think Malaya is making a bigger rod for her own back the longer it goes on.
Do you yourself feel in your heart of hearts that this case is going to get solved? As you feel right now?
Yeah, I really hope it does, but it is worrying me in the number of weeks that are going by. That being said, we know that the Major Crimes Unit got involved really early. And we also know that silence does not mean no work is going on. Because the RCMP are very like the English police, and they just don't tell you anything. They will not say anything in the press. And there's a reason for that. They don't want to say something that might tip off the person they're investigating about what they might have. They tend to keep the cards very close to the chest. Even when they're interviewing somebody, they will keep back information. So they've got a duty to provide some disclosure to the person's legal representative so that they can properly advise the person, but they get to choose what that means.
Okay. Wait, just to ask, Charmaine, did you have another question that you wanted to ask? Charmaine, you there? Charmaine. Belinda, is there anything that you wanted to add in at any point yet?
No, not at this time, but so far all that information sounds pretty accurate.
Okay. And
somebody did say in the chat, CPS are overwhelmed and they really don't want to snatch people's babies, and that is absolutely accurate. It's like the furthest thing from most social worker or CPS workers' minds is taking children off the parents, because for a really simple reason, it's a lot of paperwork. It's a lot of extra man hours, and it's a big cost. If you take a child into local authority care, it's huge. The amount of money that we spend on placements is unreal. So it's the furthest thing from their mind. If they can, they want to work with parents. They're only going to remove a child where they think there is a real risk to the child's safety.
Yeah. Somebody, sorry.
Oh, I did have one question.
Sure.
Where Cindy was supposed to be the overseer of Malaya, and Malaya was able to take off with Meadow. Will that child be placed into foster care now, or would the family, say Daniel's side, would still be able to look after Meadow?
I think it depends. So where possible, they're going to look at family placements, but it depends on what information they've got from the police about who's interviewed well, who's potentially involved in terms of, giving alibis that aren't correct or backing people up about things. So it very much does depend on what evidence they've got on about who. So they will only place with a relative that they know is far enough removed from the situation that they're safe. And unfortunately, the fact that it's happened once that they've put her in a family placement and it's not worked, that doesn't bode well for them deciding to put her in another family placement.
Thank you.
But yeah, I think it does depend on who is available. I'm just looking to see what else. I know that Logan has asked if she can have custody. I think there may be a risk there because she was quite closely involved straight after they went missing. She was involved in the argument, so that might impact But that being said, I don't know her circumstances and I don't know what information they have about her. So, you know, that could be possible. Someone's asking, do I think it's more likely, the story, if it's Daniel's family that are hiding the children? I think if it was Daniel's family that were hiding the children, Malaya and her side of the family would be jumping up and down, screaming blue murder. I know that if a partner of mine hid my children from me, you would not be able to shut me up.
Okay, with that being said, then she's not jumping up and down. So does that kind of seem more like it that she knows where the children are?
I think it. So if they are alive and they've been moved and hidden by somebody, I think it's more likely to be Malaya's side.
But she's
That
not
doesn't.
she's not
No.
speaking out at all.
No.
That
But
first
that could
day
just be,
she
that
had
could be,
asked. Oh, sorry.
go on. Sorry.
That first day when I mentioned about they haven't found anything and she said no, I said, well, how come an Amber Alert hasn't been put out? And she stated, well, that's what I'm going to ask for because they should have found something by now. But after Saturday, she never spoke to anybody anymore other than the odd text with me.
That could be just because she's been told not to by a lawyer, essentially. But there's just, I don't know what it is, but there's something not right about those actions. I think I've just seen Darren say the CPS hearing was today. So I wonder, Darren, can you disclose what happened? Obviously, we don't need to know who got custody and where she went, but was she placed in the family or outside of the family? Because that's a big question that everyone's got.
And I think, like, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Like, from my information that I got from a person, that it wasn't actually Logan who was going for custody or temporary placement. It was Logan's parents. And so that might bode well for Daniel's side of the family, just because if just in general, like if Malaya was given a supervision order, then you would think Daniel would be the same thing, except he wasn't given supervised visits until recently. So you know what I mean. But Logan's parents might have a better chance.
Yeah, I think in terms of Daniel, the issue is we don't know what information the police have got in terms of what might have happened. We know that there's potentially been accusations of domestic abuse, so that would potentially be why he didn't immediately get visits with the children, because they needed to do a risk assessment about the potential risk that he posed.
But would would a risk assessment from CPS take 6 weeks? Like 5? No, it was over 6 weeks.
No.
It was just last week. No.
Yeah, not usually. They're normally within about 2 weeks they can do them. So that's unusual. So it may be that there was something they needed to delve into more, and that's why it's taken some time. But I think in terms of Logan's parents, they're slightly more removed potentially, so they may stand a better chance. Someone's put in the chat, I think, that the police are tricking Daniel as we speak and he's taking the bait. And that could be true. very easily. You know, I think somebody put keep your enemies closer, and the police know that they need to do that, and that's certainly true. But we're not going to find that out until after they've come to their conclusions about what happened.
I'm just going to say this again. I want to say this, right? Just to everyone in chat, okay? As long as you keep your comments respectful, you can have your difference of opinions. But if you disrespect Belinda in any way, shape, or form, you are going to get the boot out of here. Okay, this is a grieving grandmother. She already talked about Cody. So all she's going to say about that is what she said at the start of this live, guys. Okay, so she already said it. So if you haven't listened to that, you can go back and listen to what Belinda talked about with Cody. Other than that, we won't put up with any insults. You can think what you want, but no insults or you get booted. The mods will just boot you, okay? So this is about Jack and Lily first and foremost, okay? It's not about Belinda in a sense that way. It's not about Cody. It's not about Daniel. It's not about Malaya. For that part, regardless, yes, we can talk about that later and stuff like that. But this is about Jack and Lily first and foremost. And that's why we're here. So whatever happens, of course, with them, if they had any involvement or not, either way, they'll get taken care of if they did, right? The other thing I want to say, thank you guys for being here. And thanks for everyone's likes and shares. And if you guys could please, just if you haven't done that, please do it for Belinda. Please do it for the grandmother of Jack and Lily that has provided you guys, you know what, regardless. Daniel, Belinda, Darren, Logan, perhaps maybe one day Janie will speak out for herself, right? You know, maybe she will, maybe she won't. But anyways, again, if this information wasn't given to you guys would have absolutely nothing besides RCMP updates, right? So please be respectful regardless, because if it wasn't for these insights, we wouldn't have the insight. And after this part of the conversation, we will get back to the day that Belinda arrived there she's been there 3 times, but the third, and we'll get back into that stuff soon enough. And so Bev, again, did you have anything more with regards, or did you want to take a couple questions, or does Belinda or Charmaine have anything they want to add to this right now?
I'm happy to take questions or hand over to anybody else. I keep talking.
So whatever went down today at the custody hearing, what would that custody hearing be referred to as? I don't think it's an actual custody hearing. There's another name for it, because it would be more like an interim order, right? It's not a permanent
so
placement.
it'll be a care and custody hearing, but it's in relation to the state having care and custody, not about the parents per se. So Darren has put in the chat that the judge ordered a gag order, so he can't say what happened. That, I think, is quite common. For family proceedings, they like to keep things closed if they can, to protect the children that are involved. But yeah, so the options that they would have, it's not going to be a final hearing stage by now. Absolutely not. It can take months and months. So it would be an interim hearing looking at where it's most appropriate to put Meadow at the moment. Obviously, if Jack and Lily are found, then they'll have another hearing to look at what should happen with them.
I was just going to say, wouldn't the outcome of this investigation weigh heavily on their decision in Meadow's custody down the road? Unless it goes for a long time kind of being unsolved.
Yeah, so normally they run, the two things run side by side. So you'll have the criminal proceedings and the custody proceedings, and they kind of run in parallel. And the idea is that they feed into each other. So in theory, the final hearings are a similar time, but criminal cases can take absolutely an age, and I've not seen anywhere that there is a time limit in terms of how quickly they like to deal with cases in Canada. But in the UK, we've got a 26-week limit. It's 6 months and they should be at a final hearing. And the reason for that is they don't want children to be waiting for a decision about their future for any longer than they need to, because that entire period of time when they're waiting and they don't know what's happening is really traumatic.
Can I quickly ask something that I want? So in one of the texts that Malaya sent to Belinda, I'm sorry, but this really bugs me to be honest. So she basically says that Daniel just cares about what people are thinking about him when he should be focused on looking for my kids. I'm sorry, but that is so, I want to say use the word disgusting, but it's like the pot calling the kettle black. Like, really? You literally have the nerve to say that, Malaya? Sorry, but you said it. And Daniel is the one that's out there, regardless of what people think, okay? Because whatever the truth is, the truth is. But Daniel's been the one that's out there in the interviews. The behavior panel just critiqued him today based on his interview that he was having with the polygraph and stuff like that. But in saying that, what has Malaya done? So for her to put that, I'm just kind of curious what your thoughts are on that. Like, why isn't Daniel looking for my kids? Get off the pot.
Yeah. The same phrase came to my mind immediately when I saw it. I was like, pot kettle black, what are you saying? You've literally gone absolutely silent about what's going on. You've not demonstrated, not just that you're silent, you've not demonstrated that you're looking or doing anything to fix the problem, whatever that problem is. And you left. If those children did wander away and they were my children, looking at it just from a person point of view as opposed to a lawyer, I wouldn't leave. I don't care whether Janie said get off the property. I'd be like, I'll sleep in my car on the road. These are my children and they've gone from here. I'm not leaving. So yeah, it struck a very uncomfortable chord with me that she said it. I mean, we don't know what's going on in the background with her, but it baffled me a little bit.
A whole lot of nothing's going on. That's what it's like.
I agreed with that. Myself, like you, I wanted to sleep in my car and stay there until they were found. What I took from Malaya's statement right away, I thought, well, that's just weird because she's not saying anything. Her lawyer's not saying anything. And then I rethought what she said. And yes, Daniel is the one out there. He's the one that's posting everywhere. But when I start to look at all his posts and what he's saying, I don't find he mentions the children very much. It's always just what he is doing, not asking anybody if they have the kids, not asking anybody to return the kids. That's only mentioned a couple of times, I found, and I thought it was kind of prompted by the reporters interviewing him.
Absolutely. I think both of them in their interviews, I know Malaya's only done one, but and everybody said it at the beginning, there's huge red flags. And I'm kind of part way, because Daniel's done so much talking, I'm only part way through going through it and kind of pulling all my pieces together. Thank you, Joyous N, I think is what Sonny's trying to say. We all really appreciate everybody's support. And obviously if the channel doesn't get support, then Sonny can't keep doing what she's doing. You know, we're all giving our time, but Sonny is here every day, day in, day out. Bless your heart, you're doing amazing. I don't know how you do it, Sonny, honestly. And yeah, I'm happy to, at some point, if people want me to, go through, once I've finished going through Daniel's, go through all the red flags that came out to me in the interviews. But I think the biggest one is literally, like Belinda, you've said, they didn't speak to the children. They didn't ask for anybody to return the children. And they didn't ask anybody for any help.
That's what's made it hard, hasn't it, Belinda? Like, do you find that, Belinda? Is that okay? Now, okay, sorry, Daniel, if you're hearing this, but he comes off as self-centered, and maybe it's his Pokemon he does have that his old Pokemon channel, and it's kind of like sometimes men are big kids and they don't really grow up until they're 35, really. But you do see this side of Daniel where he's just so focused on what he's done, and that was picked up on, and they called him, what is it, neurodivergent in there, and he gets that smug smirk, like. And it's like, okay, like I passed, and you guys can stop basically blaming me now, like that. That's what it, when I keep seeing that smirk, because he does smirk a few times, and then they kind of said childlike, and I went back to instantly his Pokemon channel. But the question is to Belinda here, Belinda, we don't hear Malaya ever in that first interview talk about Jack and Lily's name, nor does she say, please, we just want help finding them. There's no sort of stress going on there. And this is the day right after. Okay. And then from Daniel, he has said, of course, because he's done more interviews, so he has said the name, but he does a lot of me, what I've done. Right. And I really wish, and Belinda, I'm sure you're going to say this as well, I really wish that Daniel would just come up and just say what you got to say. Clear it up. If you have absolutely nothing, okay, if they're trying to protect Malaya, sorry, get over that, okay? If there's any sort of protection towards Malaya, this is about two beautiful children that are over here that are missing, and it's been 8 weeks. But I just wish, Daniel, don't sit there and go, here's some info, oop, like that. Just come and clear it up, right? A to Z, just clear it up. You don't have to, but it would be a very wise, since you're speaking anyway, it would be a very wise choice. So, Belinda, how do you feel about that? Like, they're not really mentioning Jack and Lily a lot.
I find a lot are not mentioning Jack and Lily specifically. Listening to Darren's story, and apparently this is what Daniel feels too, but yet he searched for days in the woods and went on TV to state that if he has to, he'll search for the rest of his life. And that strikes me odd if in the back of his mind he really believes, because his mom heard the kids and she almost caught her handing the kids off, that if they really believe that to be true and they gave their statements, but the police didn't want to listen, I'd be telling the reporters, I'd be telling the whole world.
Yeah, I think I agree. One thing that did worry me is when he said, and I'll search for the rest of my life. That gives the indication that you know that you're never going to find them. And that's worrying.
Oh, yeah, I don't think sorry, my bad. Sorry, I looked at a message. Jackson, Belinda, you can answer this one because we've talked, and Malaya actually shut her Facebook page down again, but she hasn't messaged you, right? Her or Daniel. That's correct since our last postings, right?
Yes, I've had no contact. The last contact I had with Malaya was the morning that she took off with Meadow, and you have those texts there. And I've sent her 3 since then, and she hasn't even looked at them. Daniel, I sent him one more after my last text with him. He did look at it. He did see my text, but he has not replied.
Right. And so I want to make sense of that. So right. So originally Belinda had sent me the morning of May 2nd, the conversation, right? And then there was those recent ones where she's saying about, why isn't Daniel, looking or trying to find her kids type of thing. So that was the last interaction. Since then, no. And the thing was, to be honest with you, I was amazed we still got that much, to be honest. And she didn't get blocked or nothing like that. But again, if Daniel's telling the truth, then he should have no problem. Like I said, he's putting stuff out there anyway. So this is the grandmother of Jack and Lily. So Daniel, right? Respect that this is the grandmother of Jack and Lily, we do apologize if there was some messages, but at this point, again, it's not about you, Daniel, and it's not about Malaya. It's not about anybody at all. And just like I told Belinda yesterday, Jack and Lily will come first. Families behind that. And this is exactly what this is about. So if you're truly doing it, Daniel, for Jack and Lily and Malaya, you too, get your butt out in front of the camera and talk or say something. Say something, because you're looking guilty as shit, to be honest with you, on this. But Daniel, since you're the one speaking out there, and even though you're saying that you tell the truth, I tell the truth. I tell the truth, and you keep saying that. So just tell the truth. And you don't have to give all some details that you're not supposed to, but the stuff that you've put out there, just tell the truth, and answer Belinda. If you're willing to talk to YouTubers and stuff like that, and, in messages and talk to all these other people, this is the grandmother that you should be talking to the most. So if you're telling the truth and you got nothing to hide, then you should be answering her regardless. And honestly, if the information comes out to the public, so be it, because you're telling the truth. You're not going to hinder this investigation. Besides morons, sorry people, but besides morons sending in useless tips and bogging down this whole investigation, use common sense there, people. They don't want to hear really about some psychic. Sorry. Belinda, do you find Malaya's text about Daniel not looking after children in her character? Okay.
No, I don't. I don't know what happened in the past almost 2 years, because I've had basically no contact other than what I've seen posted that she would post out. As for before Daniel, she was a doting mother. Do I think she might have spoiled her kids a little? Yes, I do. But she was a great mom. I couldn't have been happier to have her as a mom for my grandkids.
That's the part, Belinda, that's the part right there that I hold on hope to for this part about having the children hidden, is because a mother's love, this, Belinda, there's nothing like a mother's love. I'm sorry, you guys, but they come out of our chute, not yours. But they're nothing but a mother's love, right? So I would do anything to protect my child. If I felt like they were in harm or danger, I would do anything for my child. And I know that you probably would too, for your children and grandchildren and stuff like that. So that's where, to me, this is plausible that maybe she did something where it just morphed into this crazy, other part where they're hidden and stuff like that. That's the part that gives me the hope, is a mother's love that she would do for her children if she feels like she's doing the right thing. What do you think about that?
When she left my son and she said how unhappy she was, she didn't want her kids growing up in that unhappiness. She had no problem leaving my son. If she felt that way, why would it have been a problem for her leaving Daniel? I don't understand that.
Right. Bev, any thoughts? Anybody any thoughts to that? No?
I'm not sure, honestly. I've just seen something in chat though, Sonny, that was interesting. So someone said that if there's a gag order, maybe Daniel isn't allowed to talk. So the gag order will be about Meadows' custody.
Yeah.
It won't be about the rest of it. And in fact, the police probably quite like him talking. And anybody who does talking, because it gives them information that they can use one way or the other to kind of sift out leads from it and things. But even if he had been told not to speak, he is doing just by comments, not verbally. So that would be breaking any order. So I don't think there would be anything to stop him coming on and giving his view.
He would have a gag order only relating to Meadow.
Yeah. It would literally just be about that one section. It would only be about Meadows' custody. The family court wouldn't be able to put any order in relation to the investigation and what happened to Jack and Lily at this point.
I know. It's something that you thought was just going to be like, oh, there they are, and then they're not. But before I get into that, I'm checking with your time here, Bev, because you are in the United Kingdom. It is 12:11, so I'm just doing my due diligence here, and because I don't want to keep you if you need to get going.
I'll probably kind of spend another 15, 20 minutes, and then I'll have to disappear so that I can get some sleep ready for tomorrow. Work has gone crazy today, so yeah.
Okay. So just to ask Charmaine and Belinda, just to ask you guys, did you guys have anything more to ask Belinda at all about, just before I look over the chat?
No, I'm good for now. Probably as soon as she goes to bed, I'll have 100 questions, but for now I'm good.
Well, maybe one day we'll use her again, hey, Beth?
You can always just text me and I can answer questions if anything comes up in the night. Which are just...
Yeah, well, my husband feels like he's royal, so just because he's British, he feels like him somehow.
Just send me a list of things you want me to
$1 million.
And I shall try my best.
Okay, so Annette says, hi, Annette. Can you ask Belinda why she doesn't think the story of the kids being alive is believable? Darren's story, basically.
I cannot see her going through all these lengths to get her kids out of there when she could have left. I know her mom would have picked her up. She had her own vehicle. She could have left any time. I just can't see that. It doesn't make sense to me.
Especially since she had no problem leaving your son, you just said.
Right.
Yeah.
That I just can't see why, not these great lengths. And not to let it go on past that. I can't wrap my head around that.
And I get that. Right. Here's one Malaya, and then this is a totally different person that you can't comprehend anymore. Like whatever happened to this other Malaya. Crazy, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. And I get that, right? But okay, can I just ask, and you don't have to answer if you don't want to, but for all four of us on the panel, do you guys each believe that this is family involvement versus in the woods versus a stranger abduction? And if it's different, Charmaine?
No, I do. Absolutely. There's
Believe
absolutely
it's family
no other...
involvement?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's family. In some way.
Yeah.
Which direction, I'm not sure yet. but
Right.
I think it is family involvement.
Well, that is exactly where I stand, and I come across that. To be honest, the day Malaya left is when it hit me that I did not feel these kids were ever going to come back.
I mean, how could somebody not feel it through your interview? You know, when you said, I just know, right, that something has happened to these kids. And there's no way that they went in those woods.
There's not.
Give her a second,
I'm
guys.
so sorry.
Give her a second. This is, of course, you know, she's been so strong, you know, throughout this whole thing. But these are her 2 grandbabies. Okay.
I don't think I have seen
Sorry, Belinda.
many shows of such strength. Think that you're doing an amazing thing for your grandbabies. It's just, I cannot imagine.
The truth is out there. The truth is right out there. Family know it. My opinion. Family know exactly what happened.
It broke my heart when her and Cody didn't work. They were my picture perfect family. It broke my heart. And Malaya made me feel it was okay. She'd come every couple of weeks with the kids. And then it slowly dwindled after she met Daniel. So yes, she was changing. I can't deny that. There was some changes. So now I'm back again on not knowing who's responsible other than I know somebody was.
I think someone's asked in the chat, have any mothers in here experienced postpartum depression? Would that cause a flip in personality? And the answer is very simply, yes, it can. And it can cause a huge shift in personality. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you won't have postpartum with child number 3 if you didn't have it with child number 1 and 2.
I understand postpartum depression. I went through it when I had my daughter. And it lasted a little over a year and a half. And then I lost my husband. And it was losing my husband that snapped me out of the postpartum depression. Do I think Malaya could have? It would definitely explain a lot about her behavior on what Daniel was telling me. I still just can't see that she would hurt her kids.
I can't see that she would hurt her kids either, to be honest with you. Not the way that you've talked. Like, you know I don't know what postpartum feels like to go through that. I know what depression feels like. I don't know what postpartum depression feels like. You know what? If you could, Belinda, because I honestly don't know, and maybe other people love, especially men, they would not know. What is postpartum depression when you went through it? What was it like? Is it like a deeper depression?
it's a real strong sense of worthlessness that you have this baby and you have in the back of your mind that you're going to have this real close bond, and your baby cries and you try everything and your baby still cries. So then you start to feel that there's something wrong with you. You're not a good mom. Then you start to pull yourself away and you don't feel that closeness. I used to hear moms tell me, "Oh, you'll know your baby's cry when it's hungry, and when it's this and when it's that." And I did not feel that, and I couldn't make myself feel that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my daughter says it's like you're disconnected from your baby. And when it's like she had 2 kids already and she never experienced anything like that. And then with the last baby, she had postpartum, and she said it was completely different. And a lot of her struggle was trying to understand why this baby, like what happened to her, like why was she so weak? That's what she was thinking, that she doesn't have this connection to Layla, where the other two, she, it didn't happen with the other two. So it really confused her, and that just added to what was already going on, right?
Yeah. I think that's a common description that I've heard. I haven't experienced it, but I have dealt with a lot of families who have been impacted by it. That's one very clear indicator. It's that disconnection. The other thing, unfortunately, that can happen, which is a very different thing, is postpartum psychosis. So you could be in the grips of postpartum depression, and then you suffer a psychosis, which means that you are believing something that isn't real. So that could be anything from these babies would be better off in a different place, with a different family, right the way through to not in this world anymore, and for many different reasons, unfortunately. But then there has been no reference by anybody to the fact that that's potentially happened. And she didn't really come across as in a state of psychosis. It was more a really flat affect, which could be that disconnect that she's feeling. It's certainly something that could be playing a part in it.
Well, she did say to Belinda, like in those messages, she's like, I didn't want to be there, you know. So, like I said, so I honestly, like I only knew about postpartum depression, that like some mothers can have this detachment from their child, you know. But of course, I've only had one son, and I never went through postpartum at all, type of thing. And you know, I want to ask you, Belinda, on this one though. You said you pulled yourself out of it when your husband passed. Um, was it kind of like, how did, tell me about that for a second, if you don't mind?
I never had to connect with my daughter. My mother sensed it, so she would take my daughter for the weekends a lot. And my mother brought me up that you're not supposed to spoil your kids. Don't rock your kids to sleep. It was let your children cry. Crying's good for them. That was her words. So I felt very insecure when I couldn't get my daughter to settle. Then when my husband died, it was just me and my daughter. It didn't happen overnight. It took a couple of months, because I was almost willing to trade anything to have my husband back.
Yeah.
And then when it kicked in that it is just me and my daughter, well, I found the comfort in her. I seen her father in her.
Yeah. Okay.
And just like that, then everything started falling into place. And I realized I wasn't the bad mom. And then later on, talking to family members, and they'd say, well, she might have told you not to rock her, but when she had her on the weekend, she rocked her to sleep every night. So
All right.
the only thing I don't understand is that postpartum, wouldn't that make her pull away from Meadow, though? Why would it make her pull away from her other
Right.
kids?
Right. I was wondering about that as well.
And then seeing Daniel's posts about how she never looked after the other kids. He did everything. So I'm assuming he let her know how worthless she was as a mom to the kids. And maybe that was the cause of her wanting to leave the relationship, because she just wasn't feeling worthwhile with him.
Yeah, I mean, that could be the case. In terms of the children, you would expect the disconnect to be with Meadow more than with the older children. But I suppose it could come in the form of this new baby is the couple's baby, and the other children are not, sorry about that bang, not from the couple who are currently together, and that kind of means that they end up getting pushed out a little bit. But I think Daniel was trying to kind of demonstrate that he's a really good stepdad, because he knew that he would be in the limelight.
And that's what leads me to believe that Lily and Jack, I think, were the biggest contention between the two of them, and what's caused most of their fighting.
Quite possibly. It's really difficult to kind of get a bird's eye view into a family relationship when nobody who's speaking are the people who have actually been in the home with them during the period just before all this happened. It's really difficult because it's all kind of speculation at the moment, isn't it, about what may or may not have contributed. It is quite hard. Sonny, in a minute, I'm going to have to disappear, I think. Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry, my bad. I was mute myself when you guys were talking there, but so I was just gonna say, as for you, Bev, thank you so much for being here on that. And you guys, it's not like at some point that Bev can't come on again and answer some more of those questions that you have for her on there, because I know that people were asking a lot. But her time, it's like 12:30 at night over there in the UK, where she's from. So for you, Bev, if unless Belinda and or Charmaine have something else that they need to ask before she does leave, other than that, again, we've been putting up your YouTube channel, and it's Crime Courtroom Confidential, and we'll keep posting that throughout the live. It is also in the description as well, guys, for her channel. So please go help support her. She last time I looked, she was at 156 subscribers, and she's just, more newer into this whole YouTube thing somewhat. So if you guys can go support Bev, she's a great lady. Thank you. I really truly appreciate everything. And Belinda and Charmaine, if you guys want to say anything before Bev heads off here.
Absolutely. Yes. Thank you, Bev. It's always great to hear from you.
You're more than welcome. What I'll do is tomorrow, when it's daytime for me, I'll go through the chat and just see what the questions were and see if next time I come on I can answer some of those. That's probably the best way to do it.
Yes, I'd really appreciate that.
Yeah, that's no problem at all.
So Bev, thank you so much. And on a side note, Bev, again, you know what we were talking about earlier before the live. So I just want to say, bless, okay, and biggest hugs ever. So air hug. It's gonna have to be an air hug. Air hug to you, okay?
Thank you very much. And I'll
Okay.
see you all again soon.
Thank you so much, Bev. Okay.
Night-night.
Night-night. So if you don't mind, if you guys don't mind, so Belinda, can we go back now to the day, if you don't mind? Are you okay? Just want to make sure. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. So again, you know, Daniel has his thing. Malaya had her thing on the interview, you know, but can we go back to May 3rd on this? And there's 1,000 people in here. So can you just and I won't interrupt, nobody interrupts. Can you just kind of, as your memory recollects, because you were there 3 times, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so can you by chance just take us through each of those days as best as you can? It doesn't have to be every single detail, but just from your perception of like what you saw. And don't forget to include the dog not barking and then barking. That Daniel said, sorry, Daniel, but calling you out there, dude. You told Belinda that the dog didn't bark, but we'll come to that point. But so you arrived there.
Yes.
Okay.
I arrived there. There was no police cars on the road. The one dirt road just before you get to their place, I can't remember the name of the road. It's a dirt road. That's where all the police were stationed and the search and rescue. That road was blocked off. Right away when we pulled up, I had recognized the trailer because we had made many trips to New Glasgow, and I've often seen the trailer. I didn't have a clue that's where Malaya lived. And I feel so bad now because we could have stopped in so many times. But my sister and I get out and we start walking to the trailer, and that's where I seen Janie sitting down, and I wish I could remember, but I can't, who the woman was sitting beside her, and there was a policewoman standing up, and they were talking. Pardon?
Was it the psychic, Belinda?
No, I think the psychic was with Cindy,
No,
but
but she
it was probably your sister,
she
Miriam.
called Janie mum.
By the way, there's no echo anymore.
Oh,
You
she
can talk
called.
now.
Okay, she called Janie mum because she said, "Mum, it's okay. They're not blaming you. They're not stating that you did anything wrong. It's okay. They just want to look in the trailer so they can rule it out. They just need to check the trailer." And she was going on saying no, she didn't want them to look at something. I can't remember what it was. It was a cupboard or something. And she said about her dog, that she didn't want her dog getting hurt. And the policewoman was telling her that she was impeding an investigation and that she would have to get a search warrant because they have to search the trailer. And the policewoman left. And then my sister and I headed towards the trailer. We got in the trailer. Right away, I went over and hugged Malaya. Of course, I started to break down. I guess once you reach 60, everything makes you cry now. But I hugged her, and right away, she thanked me for coming. And I noticed that her grandmother, Patty, was there. She was sitting on the couch. And I asked Malaya if she'd heard anything yet. Did they find anything yet? And she said no. I said, who are the ones outside? And she told me that was Janie, Daniel's mom, and that was Justin, Daniel's brother. But I know she said who the other one was, and like I said, for some reason it's just gone. So I asked her, I said, well, I said, what was the last time you seen the kids? Did you see them at all? And she said, no, the last time she saw them was when she put them to bed Thursday night. I said, what time did they get up? She said, between 8 and 8:30. She said, I heard them playing in the other room. She goes, and I kind of drifted off to sleep. She goes, but they must have got out of the door. And I said, that's the door right there. And she said, yes. And she opened and closed the door. It is a fairly quiet door. It's not a loud door, but I mean, it's a patio door. So unless you're kind of listening, you really don't hear patio doors open and close. I'm sorry. I know a lot of people are going on about it, but you don't overly, unless your ears are tuned for it to know the door is opened up. As a parent, they should have been tuned in.
Mhm.
So then I asked her what the kids were wearing, and she told me what they were wearing. And then I said, well, I said, we're going to go search. I said, where do you think the kids went? And she said, I don't know. She said, I don't know what to do. I said, well, you're their mom. You know them more than anybody. When you have them outside playing, where do you think they would go, that they were curious and wanted to explore?
Johnny, I'm backstage.
Nope,
And-
you're right here. Sorry, Belinda.
Oh,
Hi,
that's
Ken.
okay.
Kent, you're not backstage, Kent. You're right up on
Oh,
the panel.
sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Sorry, Belinda.
Oh, no, that's fine. That she said they spent a lot of time playing up into the woods. So I told her, I said, that's where we'll start our search. We'll start it there and work our way up. So we went back out and we spoke to one of the searchers because we just wanted to know where we were allowed to go. They told us that we could search on their side of the property, but we couldn't search across the road because that's where all the searchers were. She said we would rather not have anybody searching. And I understood that, but she said you can search the places that we've already gone through. So I told her, okay, we would do that. So we went up through the woods. You could see where the kids played. You could tell that the kids really enjoyed the yard. Their toys were everywhere. The dog barked. From the time we entered the property, it just became background noise. It never stopped barking. We went up through the woods. We made it to a field in the back, and we combed the woods beyond that. And then we seen all these wood roads going, these old pathways going. So we were up there for about an hour and we headed back down. And I went back into the trailer, and Malaya had Meadow cradled on her hip, and there was a couple of groups of people, but I wasn't paying any attention to the people at that point. So I don't know who they were. And she was going to different groups, talking with people. So I went up and I told her, I said, look, I said, we searched up here. I said, now there's a field back there. I said, do you ever take the kids back there? Do they know that area? And she said, yes, that she's had them back there. I said, okay. I said, so we're going to go up the road and we're going to cut across the property and come back in to where that field is. So we left again, and that's what we did. We went up past their place, and there's another road that goes in past where the train tracks are. We went up and through there and we cut across. We come across a couple of brooks, but right away it was hitting me that there's just no way these kids would be in these woods. It was just like a jungle. That we looked through deer paths, and a lot of those were blocked off. Rabbit trails, a lot of animals will use the same trails. We followed what trails we could, and they always came to dead ends. We walked the woods road for, oh my gosh, for about an hour and a half. We walked the woods roads, And all the time I'm calling out for them, and nothing, just nothing other than ribbons. There were ribbons everywhere. Everywhere throughout the woods. That's all you seen was ribbons. So we come back out. And we took a break in my sister's car. And I said, I'm going to go in and tell Malaya that we're done. So I went back in and I spoke with Malaya, spoke with Patty. Patty was telling me about selling her home. And that she was worried sick. And you could see she was worried sick. She was pretty upset. Malaya was talking to that same woman that was sitting at her table, that I don't know who she was. I come back out, and when I come back out to the car, Cindy pulled up, and Cindy had someone with her. I don't know who it was. I didn't recognize her. And I know, I can't remember his name, Cindy's husband. He was there, and they started to walk into the driveway. And then, oh gosh, was that before? No, I'm sorry. I skipped over where the chief come. The chief come before Cindy.
No, I think Lana King said it was a chief from Millbrook, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, that's who I believed it was. Yes, that's who I believe it was. He had introduced himself, and he stated where he was from, and he stated that they're the member of the band of Millbrook. So I wasn't paying attention. I said she lives there. So he thanked me very much, and he went in. So I waited about another 20 minutes, and then I went in again. And he was saying to Malaya that they were going to have a prayer at the table. So I figured I'd give them their privacy for that it was with the other band members, that they were doing a prayer. They were all sitting around the table. So I thought that I didn't have the right to stand around. So I come back out, and there was other people standing in the driveway, but that's when my sister and I decided we'd call it a day. That it was a pretty tiring day. So we left. Once we left, I guess that's when all hell broke loose. Because as we were getting ready to leave, Cindy pulls in. She goes into the driveway with the woman, and then I see her husband go in. And as we're cooling down the air conditioner in the car, then all of a sudden I seen Cindy's husband come out, and he gets into a vehicle. And then that's when I said, we may as well pull out of here. So we did. That took place Saturday.
Which part? Where did Saturday start from?
It was around from 10 o'clock, maybe 10 o'clock in the morning. And I think my sister said it was around between 4 and 4:30 when we left.
And the press conference was at was it 9:30, do you recall? 9, the press conference that they had on the 3rd, or the meeting or whatever? The one where Malaya went into some ambulance or something like that? Do you recall? Were you there for any of that part of it?
No. I don't know if we were already in the woods at that point, or if that took. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure when that took place, because I knew nothing about it.
Yeah, because that was, it would have to be afterwards, because at that point is when she discussed something with her mom for 5 minutes, according to Daniel and Logan, and left right after that. So if Malaya was still there when you got back from searching the woods, that situation hadn't happened yet.
Yeah, right.
So I assume we must have missed it. And afterwards, I thought I wished I would have stayed. And I really wished I would have stayed.
I know. Hindsight, right? On that.
Sunday, I didn't go searching. That my niece and friends of hers, they're hikers, so they stated they would go for me. So they went Sunday. Then Monday, my sister and I decided, well, we were going to go back. So we had my nephew, and he had a 4-wheel machine because we wanted to take the trails back further towards the pipeline. And like I said, there's trails that go everywhere throughout there. So we started searching right away. And when we were done with that search, I come back out and they stayed out by the road, and I started to walk in because I wanted to let Malaya know that we were searching to see if she had any more information. And that's when I had met Logan. That when I walked into the driveway and I said hi to them, and Justin was really upset. He was crying. Daniel was out talking to reporters at the end of the driveway. And Justin was really, really upset. So right away I was thinking they must have got some kind of bad news. So when I walked up close, right away Logan said, "Who are you? And what do you want?" And I just told her, I said, "Don't get mosey with me." I said, I'm the grandmother on the biological father's side. And right away she apologized. She apologized profusely. And then she proceeded to tell me that Malaya left on Saturday.
So
And,
I'm not trying to stir the pot or anything, but just because you were there, looking back, the fact that they hadn't gotten any bad news and they hadn't found anything, was Justin's reaction, looking back, do you think that was appropriate, or?
It struck me as very, very odd. Because I said to my sister afterwards, I mean, I know they were probably somewhat close with the kids because they were there for 2 years. But I said he seemed really devastated. So it did strike me as just a little off. Because he really did look devastated. That was the other thing I wanted to say. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
When Malaya stated about who Janie was and who Justin was, she said they live in the trailer out back. She used the words they.
And we know that.
And my sister and I afterwards thought, wow, that's such a small trailer. But I mean, people live how they live. So that was the end of that thought. And it wasn't until I seen a couple of clips from the news briefing stating that Justin didn't live on the property. And I thought, well, geez, maybe we heard wrong, but I was positive she said they.
Well, maybe Darren can clear. Darren, in chat, do you think you can clear that up for Belinda? Do you know if Justin was living on the property during the kid's disappearance? Because she, like Belinda says, Malaya, she swore she said they.
She said they. And then when I heard that Justin has a place up the road, but then I heard Logan's interview being broadcasted where she was on TikTok, and somebody had asked about Justin, and she said, well, no, he's got his own problems right now, that he's in the middle of a divorce. And then right away, bells went off in my head, and it's like, well, he's in the middle of a divorce. Well, then maybe Malaya was right. He was staying with Janie at that particular time. But I still don't know. Everybody is saying that, no, he didn't stay there. But I know she said they. And if he's in the middle of a divorce, my mind states, well, him and his wife probably aren't staying in the same house together.
Exactly, right? Because Logan said that on her thing. That
Yes.
he was going to, yeah. So I can understand that. So maybe Darren can clear that out for us. I'll keep an eye on chat.
Maybe, but I know Darren, when he first spoke to you, I know he stated that he didn't even know that Janie lived there in the trailer.
Oh, Kent's talking. Kent wants to talk. Hey, Kent. Sunny,
Hello.
unmute you. Go ahead.
Belinda, the main reason why I come on here is I'd like to express my sincere, heartfelt for the situation that you're going through. And I know that it takes every bit of strength that you have. And we all just got to have faith that we will be able to get Jack and Lily back home. So I hope it gives you a little bit of faith that maybe there is a miracle out there. Miracles do happen for the strangest reasons.
Thank you, Faith.
So that, and there was one thing in the chat. But I can't remember. I lost my thought on the one in the chat. But is
Is it about the
there?
water? Was it about the water?
No, I know what it is now. Yeah, from knowing Malaya, and I know we all can't explain the extenuating circumstances, but do you get the feeling that she wasn't acting as a normal, like everybody says, oh, well, if these were my kids, I'd be out there pleading for their safe return or for them to be found if they were lost in the woods.
She was totally off. Malaya was totally off. At first, I thought it was shock. But when I come home Saturday night, and I kept thinking about her behavior because it was very odd to me. And then it dawned on me, she couldn't be in shock because this is a crisis that just happened the day before. So this is still a panic mode. I know, because I remember when my daughter went missing once.
So were you shocked? Were you shocked on Sunday when you went back and found out, for whatever reason, that she left the property?
That a part of me inside, I'm sorry, but a part of me inside died. Knowing she left with those babies gone. I don't know how she could do that, to be honest. I love the Malaya that I knew, but I don't know how any mother can leave the place where her babies were. I'm only the grandmother, and I didn't want to leave at all. I wanted to stay there the whole time and sleep in a car.
Yeah, that's
I don't get
baffles
that.
me.
I don't get that at all. I don't get that at all. So I figured if she left, something tells me she had to have had a very, very good reason to leave. Is it because she knows her babies are alive? I really, really hope so. But this other part of me tells me no.
But it also could be that she knows that I hate to say it too, but it could be the other reason is that she knows that something happened to them and she just couldn't stay there.
Oh, it absolutely can be that too. I haven't crossed that one out either. Both of
or
those
the chief or her
scenarios.
mom gave her a heads up that CPS is going to be here soon. So if you want to keep them out, we better get out of here. Type thing.
For what part though? Before,
just because kids are missing, right? So
right.
like who knows if
No, I can't see kids are missing and calling into 911. I don't believe CPS would have been contacted right away. I only think, to be honest, I think CPS was probably contacted through the RCMP. I think they were the ones who called CPS after the fact.
I did too, just because of the state of the property. And
Yes.
who knows what
Well,
the inside looked like?
not just the state. They had the crime unit there. What, right after? When was the crime unit there on Friday?
To my
Yeah,
understanding, they were there
yeah.
almost immediately. Yeah.
Right. So to me, that tells me that while they say they're there for every missing child, um, something tells me something struck them off, and I do believe that they were the ones that contacted CPS. I do think Malaya called her mom. I think Malaya might have called her mom. If it's true that her mom arrived minutes after the police, she does live in Truro. It is a bit of a distance away. So for her to be there that quick, then Malaya had to have called her mom before she called the police. And I don't question that part because, I mean, hell, I'd probably do the same thing.
Belinda, you were down on Saturday, right? You didn't
Yes.
go near on Friday?
No.
Okay. I was just going to ask, like, and maybe you can tell if there was, but like in the kitchen, would there have been cereal boxes on the cupboards so that if the kids get up by themselves, they
There
could have
was,
grabbed like a bowl of cereal, or is that
no,
stuff in a way?
if I'm to be honest, when I first seen the property, like I said, I had passed it many a time and it always looked like a junkyard. I don't want to be mean because
Yeah, because I
by
own a
my brothers.
junkyard, so I appreciate that.
No, you did own a junkyard. You did.
But yes, it kind of looked like a junkyard. I did afterwards. I seen the little fenced-in area where the kids could play, which wasn't too bad. But I don't look down on that, to be honest. That part with people thinking it's dangerous having all this stuff around, because I remember being a kid myself, and I know when my son was a kid, those were great things to play around because they're not normal toys.
Sunny, I
Walking
hate to
into the
interrupt.
house.
Yep. You gotta get going.
My phone is about to die, so I'm gonna
Oh,
jump off and
okay.
plug it in. So
All right. Say goodbye to Belinda.
Belinda, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. And Kent, talk to you in chat. See
Yeah.
y'all later.
Okay.
Thank you, Charmaine.
So, I have a point to make in a second. But I don't want to say
Okay. When I walked into the trailer, we went in through the front door where it's a little little porch there on the front. We went in through that door. And you walk right into the kitchen area. The table's right across from the door. The living room is off to the right. There's a wood stove. It's not quite in the middle of the living room floor, but it juts out in the living room floor a fair bit. Recyclables were everywhere, piled up bags everywhere. The counters were so full you couldn't pick out any one thing because it was really piled up with a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm. And you said that the inside was kind of like the outside, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, I have to say, before I forget my train of thought on this, because trust me, it will go. You know it can't. It will just gone. So the thing is, so if if Malaya, like for the people that are thinking this, right? But if Malaya thought that Daniel had any sort of involvement with the children and their disappearance, then that would be contradictory to her saying to you, or, in those text messages, that Daniel's too busy worrying about what other people think, he should be looking for my kids. So that would contradict that thought, really. So if Malaya thought that Daniel did something to the kids,
oh yeah, yep.
That comment then goes out. That comment cannot go out the window because she said that. So if anything, that comment would be like, why aren't you looking for my kids type of thing? Why is he looking for my kids? And then it would be more towards her having something to do with the kids because, yeah. So I just wanted to make that clear for,
Oh,
you know,
that is true. That is true.
yes, yeah, yeah. Just because so many of us keep thinking, well, maybe she left and maybe she's being protected and she's just letting the RCMP pin it on Daniel and blah, 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 blah. When really she wouldn't have made that comment to you in a text if she actually thought that then at all. Daniel, why
Yeah.
don't you look at my dead kids that you killed? No, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. I had to get that out before I forgot it. Okay. Whew, okay. And by the way, Belinda, I just want to say you're doing awesome. Thank you so much. I know this is hard for you. And I know, like we talked about, that you got to put yourself in a block, like, you got to
Yeah.
block it, right? Because you're just kind of going each day with the emotions and stuff like that. And right now, it's just all about where's Jack and Lily? Let's find the answers. Let's
Yes.
just keep the awareness out there until perhaps that point comes that you have to think of it differently.
Mhm.
We were talking about the Delphi case and how the grandmother always every day put out a post that, and she did it for herself as well. Yeah. To put out that post. Today is the day. Today is the
Well,
day.
yeah. I mean,
Today is the day.
myself, you feel so helpless that you want to do something. So in the end, the only thing I could do is talk to you guys.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And I honestly, like I said, just like what Bev was saying too, you have my heart. Honestly, I think you're an amazing strength. Like I'm not going through this. You are, and other family members, right? And to me, when someone says like that they don't know that they have the strength in that, I'm always like I've been with this one mother from another case she was like the grandmother. She literally lost about 5 people within the course of 2 years in her life, and her name was Dottie, and Dottie lost her son Ray Hanish. And when she started telling me that the story about all the losses that she's had, and her son was murdered, um and I'm like, how are you even talking to me right now? How are you even getting up in the day? But again, just like, I know I have strength when I need to have strength. And that's what I admire so much about you. I know that Jack and Lily are missing, and our heart goes out to you again with these children and praying that we get answers. But just for me, you're so, again, to me, I just admire you so much for this strength. And you guys, Belinda, again, this entire time, she knows, like when she said that she put out Daniel's text and gave text, she had nothing to lose, right? Because it's not about them per se. If they have any involvement, they'll be charged or whatever. It's about Jack and Lily and the answers. So it's kind of one of those things. What does she have to lose? She had nothing to lose, everything to gain by keeping the awareness out there, giving people more insight. If somebody happens to call in, give a tip that helps aid in this case, or the reward helps aid in this case, so be it. The bottom line
Yes.
is, yeah. Mhm. Darren said, by the way, that Justin, no, he didn't believe so, that Justin lives in Salt Springs, that he wasn't living there at the time.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. Right, I know, because now it's playing in your head, because you know when you heard something, and
Well,
it's like,
yeah. Well, I had to ask my sister because she was right there with me. It's like, Malaya did say they. And my sister said, well, yeah, that's what I heard.
mm-hmm, yeah. I want to say something to chat, if you don't mind. Do not disrespect Belinda. Not that nobody is disrespecting you, and I don't want you to disrespect Darren either. Okay? If anything, I don't care if other channels are, which I seen, right? We saw it, but it's fine. If that's what they want to say on their channel, go ahead, but don't be little followers, be leaders, okay? Because at the end of the day, what you're doing is you're using what God gave you, which was brains, and you're taking any of the information, whether you believe it or not, it's still information coming out from the family. Do not call him a shit starter and all that stuff. Why? Because he cares about Jack and Lily and wants to find answers, even if you disagree that he, maybe think that Daniel has them wrapped around his thumb. If somebody, because I know some of you guys think that, but I'm just saying, come on now. He's doing what Belinda is doing from her heart. He's trying to do from his heart is literally sit there and try to understand what happened to Jack and Lily. The man lost his home that he's with and everything, and all for the sake of trying to bring, answers for Jack and Lily. Some people, like myself, are fighters, and we don't give a shit about what's standard or what's this or that, and don't play. I play the beat to my own drum. Again, if RCMP has a job to do, they can do their job. They can squeal at us all they want all day long. Sorry, RCMP, but you guys have your job to do. We're doing our job. And if family members want to talk out and give more insight and stuff like that to the case, and it brings somebody a tip to them, because they think that they got it underneath control and all that, right, Belinda? They got it all on. And I don't want to disrespect the RCMP. I don't. But at the end of the day, trust me, when you follow cases, you get tired of hearing that same shit. And at the end of the day, yes, are they going to be the ones to apprehend it? But also, it's information that helps to make it understand. So if somebody by somehow watching a channel, whether they're talking badly about Darren or badly about Belinda or badly whatever, don't matter. It's about any information awareness that can keep the case alive. Preach it, Sonny. Okay, I will. Thank you. I just sorry, but I get really upset with when people are disrespecting people, and it's because they start shitting on Darren on a different channel, and that's fine. Like I said, if Justin or Dolly have qualms about the whole storyline, so be it. And if people, but use your brain cells a little bit, people, and understand that he is trying to give information to you guys. Why be ungrateful about that? If you don't believe him, don't believe him. But you don't need to come in here spewing, that he's just a shit starter. Okay? Just act your age, get out of the sandbox, and just be respectful to people in this chat. I don't care if a sub goes, well, I'm out of here. Great. Then you didn't belong here in the first place. This is a channel that believes in just trying to have good, wholesome, honest chat with good, wholesome, honest people. Okay? Thank you. Preach it. Okay, bye. That's it. Go on.
Thank you.
Sorry. Go on my little rant there. Go ahead. Go ahead, Belinda.
No,
You want
no.
to back me up on that?
Yeah. No, I'm an open book, to be honest, and most times I don't understand why nobody else is. I believe everybody should be an open book.
Right?
That but I
Same.
do. It does bother me when I hear Daniel say that, well, he knows certain things, but he can't say certain things. It bothers me when I hear Darren say, well, he knows the names of certain people. He believes he knows who took them. But he doesn't want to jeopardize things. And
Trust. Yeah.
with me, it's,
I know.
I want my grandkids back.
No.
And I don't care who's got secrets, who tells them not to tell. It's like,
Why the
tell
games?
everything you know. It might open up a whole new other place to go, to put a closure to this, to give us answers.
I know. I don't like it when people hide behind a name or something. Myself, okay? I'm the same way, Belinda. Is honestly, there's so many people that are like, don't use my name, don't say this. But you know what? But we're talking about two children that are missing.
Right.
That's what we're not talking about, bra straps and freaking girdles or underwear and stuff like that, jock straps. We're talking about two children that are missing. And people want to play these mind games or this game of don't use my name. You can say this information, but don't do that. No, you know what? Grab a set of testicles. Seriously. And just, if you have something to say in regards to the kid's disappearance, then just say it, own it. If you have nothing to do with it, but so many people, honestly, they're always, it's like they're in their little, nervous state going, oh, if I say this, somebody's going to attack me then, or something like this or that. You don't have to give your freaking first name or last name, but meaning, if you're going to say something, say it. It's about
I can understand some people in the beginning when I first started speaking out.
Yeah.
I had a lot of things come my way because of my son's decisions and choices, and right away I shut my Facebook off and I made everything private, and it lasted all of maybe a day and a half. And then I thought, well, why do you care what people say? Why do you care what they think?
Right.
You want people to know these kids? You want people to talk about these kids? Well, let them look at your Facebook. Let them say what they want. It doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Belinda,
Yes.
I know you might not know this because you've only just met her, but there is several people trying to ask Darren in the chat, and he responded by that he doesn't know. But what they're asking is, do you know, one, if Janie drives, and two, whether or not she has her own vehicle?
I don't know for a fact. I do not know that. I know when they went to do the search, her and Justin went on the four-wheeler. So I really don't know if she has a vehicle.
Was that was that little four-wheeler clean as everyone says it was? Do you recall?
I don't recall because I didn't pay attention to it.
No problem. It's just because of that picture, and everyone's like, "Why?"
I have heard that. I have heard that. But the roads, these are bare roads. The paths that are all up through the woods there, they're fairly bare. There's a couple of areas that were muddy and wet, but most of them are dry roads.
Little Mama, what you're asking is something that I know that if he's not allowed to talk, and I think you might be asking about Darren. Darren told me the story of when he went to the RCMP was on last Saturday. He tried to contact the major crime unit, wasn't able to. Ended up running around town and ended up finding Stellarton RCMP officers, and they took him down and went to the detachment, the Stellarton RCMP detachment. They had the outdoor phone, and he said that the Stellarton police officer picked up and said that we have somebody here that wants to give statements in the Jack and Lily case. And so then the staff sergeant came out and he called for two other officers, and then they came and they took his statement. So if that's why you're asking, why does Kent know if he's not allowed, that's all I asked. If that's what you're referring to, like I say, I only know that because Darren told me that. And I believe him that he went to try it, and I would believe that there's not necessarily anybody in the office from the major crime unit on the weekends. I understand that totally, because sometimes although we are supposed to have 24/7 RCMP coverage in Pictou, because Pictou is police, the town of Pictou is policed by the Pictou RCMP. Sometimes our officers cover, and when I say across the causeway, is because the majority of Pictou County is located on the eastern side of what is Pictou Harbor and Middle River. They put a causeway in the 60s. So then we have, as soon as you come across the causeway, you have the town of Pictou. And then once you get out of the town limits, you're back into the western part of Pictou County. So the layout of it is like that. And like I say, I know just the regular RCMP coverage, sometimes, like I say, we're supposed to have 24/7 coverage. But sometimes when something happens, that coverage has to come from Stellarton because there's not a physical officer in a vehicle in the town of Pictou 24/7. So I hope that is what the question you were asking about. If not, repeat it and I'll see if I can answer it.
Okay. And I want to clear something up. So it wasn't that I saw people being rude to Belinda. What I was saying was, if anyone is rude to Belinda or to Darren in the chat. And so I don't know where Jenna got off this thing. I don't even know what you're talking about. She's like, well, I was going to send a super chat, but now I'm not because I can't even ask a question. I don't know why you made it about yourself there or even where that even came from, Jenna. So I'm just sitting there going, what is she going on about? So I don't really need your super chat, Jenna, because I don't know why you made that about yourself, because I don't even know where it was about a question even coming from you. What I saw in the chat was someone said that Darren was being a shit starter. And instantly I'm going back in my head to what I saw yesterday on lives. And I don't need to deal with people trying to stir crap. If you don't need to say that Darren's a shit starter and stuff like that, great. Then block him. Don't listen to him. But I don't need to see comments like that. And, that try to stir the pot. Be respectful in the chat or don't be here. But to sit there and say that and try to say like Darren's a shit starter, I just thought that was kind of ignorant and rude to say that, because how do you know his information isn't good? Why? Because other creators are saying that he's just talking smack and you're following them like a little peon around? Use your own brains. If you don't think what Darren is saying is fact of any sort, then so be it. So be it. Who cares, right? That's your choice. That's your, whatever somebody wants to think about this case or a person of information, that's totally up to you. Okay. But you don't need to go into somebody's chat calling this person a shit starter when you have no clue. So if you do have a clue, please enlighten us on all this information that you know about Jack and Lily, because I'm pretty sure that Darren lives in, what we call the Pictou County area or whatever. Right? So he has more information than the person that's sitting there calling Darren a shit starter. So if you don't know if it's true or not, so be it. Then just don't take his information as anything. That's all. That's all I'm saying. There's no need to sit there and be ignorant to people in the chat. It wasn't that anyone was saying anything bad about Belinda. It was just meaning if anyone does, or if anyone says anything negative towards Darren as well, considering he's trying his best. And if you don't like it, too bad. You don't have to listen to what he has to say. Okay. That's your own freedom right there. But I don't have time of day to sit there and go, stop being ignorant, stop being rude. Just come in, say something, but it doesn't have to be worded like that. It doesn't have to be. If you want to say, I don't believe anything Darren's saying, fine, fair enough. But to sit there and say shit starter, then you just amped it up a little notch. That's all. Okay. Just want to clear that up. It's about
Like
Jack.
I say, there's a bunch of people asking questions in here, and I believe if you were all here since last Saturday, the lives that have been done, I think with what I just said about Darren trying to reach the RCMP, I would say that everything that Darren told me last Saturday morning when he came to my house, we talked for 2 hours, and because I couldn't go meet him somewhere because I got no wheels right now. So he came to me, and just to have a chat about what was going on and whatnot. And we chatted, and I think that I probably summarized everything that what we talked about. But if not, I'm a talker. There's a couple people in the chat. They've hit me up on Messenger, and as long as you're gonna message me and not attack me or not threaten me, I will answer if I know and tell you that I know it. Because, like I say, everybody asks me if I've been up there since. No, I have no wheels. The rear end went out of my truck. I'm trying to get it done next weekend because we have a festival, which I volunteered at for 35 years. And next weekend, if there's lives, you won't see me because I won't have time. But I think the people that are in the chat that have private messaged me on Facebook, you've got my real name. And like I say, if you think that there's something that I'm holding back that Darren told me, because like I say, from what he told me, and what he said when he came on back on the live the other night, everything that I know, he told me, and I've summarized for you. So I think the people that are in the chat, because there's 3 or 4 of them, have messaged me and said, well, what do you think? And I told them. So, like, contact me privately, but just don't go on and on and on and say, oh, well, Darren told Kent stuff, but he can't, and he won't tell us, or he can't, or Kent won't say it. I'm telling you, and I've told you everything that Darren has told me. If you don't believe me, that's your prerogative. I don't care. I care about trying to bring the attention to the case and find out what we can do to get these kids brought home. I was never in true crime until this case. It hit my county. That's why I'm involved. When this case is over, will I stay involved? I don't know. I think it's interesting sometimes, but it can also be hard on the head. With people, like when Daniel told us in messages that those messages that he first sent to Charmaine, and then the next morning, like, he was calling Charmaine at 6 o'clock their time, not realizing that she was still sleeping, to get the stuff taken down because people were attacking Malaya. I don't think anybody has the right to attack anybody online until, and then you don't even still have the right, but you can express your opinion once the case is solved.
Yeah, exactly. And Jackson, you get back off your horse again, because I wasn't lecturing you about what you can think about Darren's information. What I'm lecturing people about is don't be disrespectful to Darren. There's a difference. So I'm not telling you what to think, right? You got 2 heads to think from, okay? I'm sure that combined that you can use those, right? But I'm not lecturing you on what to think about what Darren's putting out there. It's only about how people treat each other in the chat. Simple as that. There has to be respect. I know. I demand respect when people are in this chat. You don't have a right to be here if you're going to be rude and ignorant, because we're talking about the murdered and the missing. Okay, we're not here to sit there and jump down people's throats and I don't like what this person said. We're here about Jack and Lily. That's what we're here about, right? So to me, I take that part of this very seriously. It's the missing and the murdered. We're not here to sit here and have arguments like we're freaking kids in a sandbox about stuff. If you don't want to buy whatever Darren's selling, is that how you feel about it? Then don't. You have the right to not do that. But you have, in this channel, you have to be respectful, because again, I don't need your subscription at all. I do everything from my heart. I work full time. My husband works full time. I do this from my heart. And that's it. And that's why Belinda was kind enough to accept my request. And I won't settle for anything less than that in here, because when you're dealing with the murdered and the missing, if we're talking about freaking playing, video games, baking cupcakes, different. But we're talking about the murdered and the missing, right? So you guys can have all your little arguments all you want outside of the channel about, going to Facebook groups, enjoy it. But this is about Jack and Lily. So I'm going to stop about saying about that, because that's what it's about. Now, Belinda, I want to go back and get us on track here. And thank you, Kent. I want to get us back on track here. You were there 3 days total.
Yes.
On the 18th day, because I do want to bring this, like, meaning you have to always look at both sides, right? Like we keep doing. Okay, well, let's look at Malaya's side. Let's look at Daniel's side. We believe that it's family involvement. That's our opinions. That's how we feel. So we can have that. So if we're looking at that and trying to look at it in a fair way of not in the woods, not here, okay, what makes the most sense? So on the 18th, can you tell us about, were you finished talking about the 3rd, by the way?
Basically, yeah. Logan just filled me in on how Malaya had left. That they don't know what's going on. She was all set to go to her place, and Cindy said something to her. They don't know what it is, but Cindy said something to her, and just like that, Malaya up and left. And she said she took her Facebook down. And that kind of surprised me. So later on that night, I checked, and yes, I found out that she had taken her Facebook down, and she wasn't responding to me at all.
Now,
So
still going again?
I called a friend, and I got her to check Malaya's Facebook, and she stated that the Facebook's down, but she'll reach out through Messenger. I was also blocked on Messenger with Malaya. So she reached out, and Malaya reached back, and Malaya's words were, I think I had sent them to you, that if Belinda wants to know that me and Meadow are safe, and if Belinda wants to know anything about her grandchildren, she can contact the RCMP.
Exactly. Okay.
Now that's, do you take that statement as weird
ahead,
too?
Ken.
Because I would.
I did. Right away I did, and I assumed that it must have been Cindy that had Malaya's phone.
Right.
That's the only thing I could figure, because Malaya would never word it that way.
Okay.
She would call them her kids anyway. She wouldn't say if she wants to know anything about her grandchildren. I know the Malaya I knew would never word it like that.
Yeah,
So I assume maybe Cindy was the one that sent that message.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So hold on a second here. You guys, I'm sorry, but I really need to go give the toilet a drink right now. So can you bear with me for a moment? Now, in saying that, now I don't want to get sidetracked a little bit, but Darren's saying that we can call him. Did you want him to join on this live? I have to ask you, Belinda.
Oh no, definitely.
It's okay.
Oh yes.
So, okay. So, well, because I can still hear you. So, wait, Ken?
Yeah.
Okay. No, so I'll be right back. Do me a favor though, Belinda, because I have to go to the washroom really quickly, right? Because I'm going to have a swimming pool underneath me. But anyways, if you could just talk about the 18th and about the dog. Remember, not barking.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
I think that was Monday. My sister drove me up there. We didn't go there to search that time. I see no point in searching any further once Malaya had left. I wanted to go, and I wanted to speak to Daniel. So my sister took me there. She dropped me off. I walked towards the trailer. Janie come out of the trailer and asked who I was. And as I was stating who I was, Daniel come out and said that that's Belinda, Cody's mom. So he come out, and I said, well, I hope you talk to me. And he said, I will. He said, I don't want to talk here. Let's go out in the driveway further. So that's what we did. We walked out to the middle of the driveway. And I told him that I had tried contacting Malaya, and she did block me. And he said, yeah, he said, weird, isn't it? then he proceeded to tell me that the whole thing is strange, and he thinks Cindy and Malaya's half sister had something to do with it, because he said the whole thing just doesn't make sense to him. And then he proceeded to tell me of how he searched. Now, I have to say that part struck me weird, because as he was telling me how he searched Friday, he was telling me word for word what I heard on the TV interviews. And I mean, it was basically word for word. And that struck me as off. That just struck me as totally off. Right down to the culverts, the dirt roads, waist deep in the water, word for word. And I thought that was really, really odd. And it wasn't until after I left that I noticed there was no dog barking. But I had asked Daniel when I was there anyway. That was not the thought. When I was there, I asked Daniel what kind of a dog his mom had. Because I said, if somebody come into the property and took the kids, I said, wouldn't your mom's dog bark? Because it barked all day Saturday. It would stop barking. And he said, well, that's the thing. He said, mom's dog didn't bark and it didn't wake her up. I said, well, then I can't see somebody being able to take the kids, because I said, the dog should bark. He said, exactly.
Unless they were quiet enough. And I'm not saying that somebody came in from the road, but if Darren's situation proves to be correct with Malaya giving the kids to the end of the driveway, quiet enough that, and maybe that's because Daniel did say that the dog was what woke his mother up, but it might have been when the vehicle's door was shut and then the dog barked and then woke Janie up, and that's when Janie was outside.
Could be.
I'm just wondering, like, I'm
Yeah,
not saying that that's a definite.
it could be. The only way the kids could be taken off the property is if they were harmed and carried off, or if they were walked out.
Yeah.
The dogs only found evidence of the kids in the yard out to the end of the driveway, nowhere else.
Exactly, yeah. Now, the other thing I think, and this is just trying to corroborate some of what Darren is saying for the people in the chat, Melinda, is Darren had said that Janie, the night before the kids went missing, filled the pothole with some of the gravel from the bank that is along the side, like on where her RV is. Did you see that spot filled in on the Saturday when you were there?
I didn't take notice of it, no.
Okay.
Yeah, I did not take notice of it. When I heard his story about that and the boot print, I didn't even take notice of the boot print in the yard. I wasn't looking for boot. It didn't even dawn on me to look for boot prints in the yard. I mean, the kids played there, lived there.
Yeah. No, I know what you'd be worried about is the kids themselves. So
right. What struck me is they're all stating she left through the back door for the boot print to be where it's at. Why wouldn't she have gone out the front door? She bypassed Janie's place, and it would be right out to the road then.
is it noisier door?
I don't know, because it was open the whole time that I was going there. The door
I'm
was
just asking,
open.
like.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Okay. Do you guys want me to call Darren now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for that, Belinda. Like, I mean, I know that you're like, Daniel has his things, Malaya said her things, Darren has said his things, so I thank you for giving your insight to this as well. So Darren, I'm gonna call you now, alrighty? All right. You ready for this? You ready? Okay, call Darren. Calling Darren. Got you all charged up, Darren. I'm ready for.
Hello.
Okay. Hey, Darren.
Just hold on. I'll turn my sound down here
Sure.
a little bit.
Yeah, because I can hear TV or something.
Okay.
Yeah. How you doing?
Good. Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad, I guess.
You at your friend's house still?
No. I had to come back to town. I had a call to come back to town, and my truck blew up on me. So I had no car, sort of. I fixed up junkers so that I got a spare. But now listen, I don't want to get into one of my rants or
Sure.
big long stories.
Sure.
Because Belinda knows me. We did meet over. She reminded me that we met over Patty. So
Yeah.
she knows me, and I don't want to talk unless Belinda allows me to talk, because Belinda is 1,000% of a person and has nothing but my full respect and full sympathy too, because of the situation, and I will rate her right along with Janie as far as being totally truthful in their views. Now, and thank you very much, Belinda, for allowing me to phone in or to talk. And now I go silent until I'm allowed to talk again, or if you have a question for me, Belinda, that I can answer, I'd be glad to. Now, out of total respect for you, Belinda, I'm done already. I'll stay on the line, but I will not interrupt.
Okay, good,
Sure.
because I do have a question. Janie is a very strong woman. I've seen that a couple of times that I was there, that she is a very strong-willed woman. Why would she have not come forward sooner? If she believed in her heart Malaya did this, why would she have not put it out sooner? Because I know I would have. I think there's something wrong with my volume. I can't hear nothing.
Yeah, I can't either, Belinda.
Oh
Just
my!
wait.
Oh my God! That's me. I'm so sorry, Darren. I'm so used to muting myself that I muted you. So you're on my phone, so I muted myself. So he said a very easy answer, and then go from there, Darren.
Okay, and Belinda, if you have something to say, cut me right off and shut me up. Please do. That's a very easy answer. Belinda, I would imagine she knows Janie too fairly well. And she knows her personality. Janie will only put up with so much crap, and then it's over with. Janie had digital creators, interviewers, journalists, people coming into her yard at night, flashing lights and blowing horns and taking pictures and all this crap. And I mean, they were invading her privacy so much that she flipped out and kicked them all away. She would not talk to anybody, and that's why, is because she was being harassed so bad that it was driving her crazy. And that's why she didn't come out. And I'm so grateful to her as well for coming out to me, because the reason she did, the first day that I went out there, I had a problem with Daniel. Now let's make everybody straight on this. The first 3 weeks of this, my family was counting on me to prove that Daniel did abuse those kids and hurt those kids. And for the first 3 weeks, I was looking at him. I thought he did. But everything I found out pointed away from him. Now this is my family that I'm indicting here. I want people to understand that. It's me saying, listen, Malaya's in this. Now that's why, and Janie sit with me right in front of me. And when I was talking to Daniel, because she would not miss a word. And after she listened to Daniel and I talk twice, she decided she could trust me and let it out. She let out what she swore to the police, And that's why Janie started to trust me, and she still does. Thank God. And to this day, right, as a matter for what day is it? Thursday? I put in reports on Saturday morning, and the major crime unit hasn't even gotten back to me yet. And I know why. But the reason why is right from Jordan, the head investigator's mouth, right directly from his mouth to my ears, but I can't say this because it could affect who gets custody of Meadow.
Mm.
So I've got to shut up on that one until this is settled.
I'm just stating that I wish she would have come forward at least a couple of days after. I mean, when she was sure in her mind that she really believed Malaya took these kids. Because, I mean, the first week to 2 weeks, it was all about searching. And when I was there, I mean, other than the reporters that I seen Daniel talking to, I mean, I was only there for so many hours each day. But I didn't see anybody hounding. I mean, Daniel talked to reporters right off the bat. Why wouldn't they have said something then?
I don't have all the answers. I don't have all the answers, Belinda, but that's what Janie directly told me and showed me, to the point of they even were offering, I don't know whether Earl is her ex-husband or still husband, they even offered Earl liquor to talk, and that really
Now Daniel did tell me that too.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Belinda. See, that's a confirmation of a little point, and thank you so much.
That Daniel did tell me that one too, that they offered his parents liquor and that.
He actually told Charmaine that in the conversation as well.
Thank you very much.
Now, the other thing there is about that blanket. Monday, Daniel was telling me about that blanket. He said her family found a piece of a blanket up in a tree. He said now they never went searching at all. He found it very strange that they found a piece of blanket. Now, I thought he told me the blanket was blue, but I won't swear my life to it because, I mean, my memory's just not the greatest anymore. But he did tell me that it was a blanket that was chucked in the garbage, and he doesn't know if a bear or something tore the garbage bin open, but he said the garbage bin was tore open, and the garbage bag was broke open, and he stated that he showed it to the police.
Probably goddamn crows.
And he also told me that Malaya called the school at 6:18. He said he didn't even know the kids were going to be kept home that day. But she called the school at 6:18, and he had that proof on his phone. And I asked him if he gave that to the police. And he said yes.
Yep, you're getting exactly the same story and the same thing that I have to go on. And the reason, Belinda, my strongest reason, I don't believe everything Daniel says because I'm trying not to curse him because he's not guilty of murdering those kids. And the main reason, listening to his testimony, Logan's, and a few other people's that all coincided with each other's testimony, and some of the people are asking for receipts. Well, some of these receipts are coming in the form of sworn testimony and sworn affidavits that are going to be heard in court, and that's when the receipts are going to get. And I fully agree from your viewpoint what you think is happening, and what you think about the children. And what I want to say is, and Sonny knows this. For a while, I said there was a lot of people saying the only two people that would really know what was going on here would be Malaya and Daniel. And Sonny knows this, and Kent knows this, that I said for a while, no, I said I have other testimony, I have other proof that I believe 1,000% true, but I can't say it yet. It's one of those damn can't say say it yet, things, because Janie trusts me with the information that she gave the police, right? And she showed me everything, right, from the little blueprint where she was shoveling gravel out of the bank the night before that was wet, and right, she showed me everything, right, where Malaya was standing and walking with the baby in her arms, and the whole story, right through and through, and she showed me all that, and that to me coincided with what Daniel was saying, although Daniel's version was slightly different and mixed up even at times. Like I got Daniel to tell me 3 different or 4 different times, and each time there was small details in there that were different. And I don't know whether it was just memory or what it was, but I do believe his general version, and I do believe that Janie totally, she's totally accurate. And by the way, Sonny, you're way more concerned with timeline and everything. And I was talking to Janie today, and Janie has everything on her phone, right down to the point. And Janie wasn't actually sleeping that heavy or anything the first morning, because her Ron, her brother, had called her at 6:10 a.m. in the morning, and she heard the phone ringing and got up and never caught it. But then she called him right back at something like 6:15. And that's on her phone. So Janie was already up and stirring around a little bit when she heard Malaya come out the back
That
door.
was around 6:15.
That's
Right.
exactly right.
Well, maybe that's why Malaya was out by the driveway, because she called the school at 6:18 exactly.
Malaya called the school twice, once at 6:17 and never got through, and once at 6:19. But this is what I talk about, little particulars that mean nothing to me.
Now, okay, but Daniel told me that Thursday she called the school at 6:17.
Yeah, one was Thursday, one was Friday.
Right. Friday she called the school at 6:18.
Yeah. Okay. Like I
And
said,
I know the reception around the property, I couldn't use my phone, but if I stood out in a certain part out by her driveway, it would pick up reception. So when she
totally
was
fine with that, because Sonny knows.
Oh,
Yep.
sorry.
Sonny knows that I didn't concern myself with those minutes. She actually straightened me out on how important timeline is. But
it is important.
Yeah. But right now there's a couple things I'd really like to let rip on the RCMP. I'd really love to. And I think Kent sort of missed. I think he's forgetting a little conversation we had as to why, because after I got out of court this morning, I think it was this morning I called Kent after I got. Oh no, I think it was before I went to.
Yeah, you called me before this morning.
Yeah, okay. And I explained to him, I told him something last night that I was going to do, that I was going to let out some information about the RCMP. And Ken, if you'll remember this, it had to do with phone conversations. That's all I can say just to remind you about it.
And I told you not to do it because you'd just be attacked for more false information. Let whatever was going to happen, and then you can come out and say, "There's your receipt, people."
There's exactly. That's what I'm talking about as far as Kent knowing. Kent actually, I thanked him for doing me a favor, because if I would have come out and ripped this information out concerning the RCMP, and I'm sorry, I'm not getting off track. This all concerns Jack and Lily. This is all about
That's
Jack
fine.
and Lily.
Yeah, it is.
So Kent is actually now confirming what I said, because last night I was ready.
He was ready to call in.
Yes, sir. And Kent advised me not to, and he gave me a very good reason, and I thanked him, because if I would have done what I was going to done, which is release this information, I'd have made a big mistake.
Yes, you would have.
So Kent advised me, and I so much appreciate that. And Belinda, I appreciate everything about you. I'm so sorry about these kids, and I don't. And the reason I don't believe the reason I'm sure that Daniel never killed them is because they were still alive March 2nd on Friday morning from Daniel's testimony, but from Janie's testimony, which is the killer to me. That's sworn statement testimony that she heard those kids come out of the back door, not seen them, but she heard them, and she heard. I'd like to, but okay, she's going to verify this again, because I'll tell you, right now, after the hearing this morning, she told me that she's getting so pissed off about these idiots making comments about. I've been relaying her statement.
There is sound, guys. I don't know. You can hear, right, Belinda?
Yes, I can.
Okay,
Yeah.
so go, you guys, if you can't hear, go back out and come back in. Could just be YouTube. Go ahead. So sorry there, Darren.
I've been relaying the information when this started, and Janie took me into her trust. I've been relaying. I relayed the information she told me, and it's a receipt. It's a sworn statement to the Mounties, directly to she told them this. Exactly what she told me and showed me. So I relayed this information, and man, that's why I'm homeless right now. I took so much heat over this shit.
When did she give her statement to the police?
The first day.
The very first day.
Yes. Yeah.
The very first day. And the female officer that was there, and they're saying that Janie refused to let her search her trailer. That's bullshit. The officer asked Janie if she could search the trailer, and Janie said, well, if you want to risk getting bit by my dog, because he's in there tied up and pissed off, so if you want to go in, go ahead, but if you get bit by the dog, it's your own arse.
Well,
So
I do remember when I was there, I don't know who put their arm around her and told her, Mom, they're not blaming you. They just want to search the trailer. And I do remember her saying she didn't want her dog to get hurt.
Thank you very much. You just confirmed.
So same
Belinda,
idea.
Thank you so much, because we're actually confirming partially back and forth stuff that we're both saying to each other. And when two people hear in different spots and different places, it makes it look a little more truthful. And that's a lot of how I'm trying to get at the truth, is different people saying different at different times. So anyway, I don't want to rave on, Belinda. Please, I'll stop for now. And I can't even remember where I just stopped.
Well, no, you were talking about Janie, and you were talking about the information in the statement, and you said so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. And Belinda, that's when Janie finally jumped in. I was 90% sure, through a bunch of other stuff, that Daniel never killed those kids. As far as abuse or anything like that, I wasn't getting into that issue either way. That wasn't my business. Because the only way that would be my business is if Malaya herself. Now, Patty suspected abuse, and that's how I got into this. Patty. I went over about 2 weeks. It'll be too long. Let's just put it this way.
Yeah.
I'm trying to shorten it.
It's okay, shorten it.
Patty suspected abuse. Patty called me and said, "You know Daniel, right?" I said, "Yeah, my young fellow knows him, and he was around our property a few times." She said, "What do you think of him?" I said, "I find Daniel fine young fellow, never been a problem." So that was all right. She said, "Look, I think I have a problem." And I said, "What's that?" She said, "I think Daniel's abusing Jack." And I said, "Why would you say that, Patty? What do you think?" And she said, "Because when they visit here, Jack's getting marked up. He's getting some bruises and scratches and stuff." And I said, "Oh, Jesus." So I said, "Patty, well," I said, "it's like this." And I think I knew where her conversation was going. I think she was going to ask me to sort of butt in. And I did. At that point, I said, "No." I said, "As long as Malaya and Daniel are living together as a couple, on your word, Patty, or anybody else's, nobody has the right to interfere in their relationship." I said, "But at this, Patty," I said, "if Malaya's in trouble and the cops won't help her," I said, "then tell Malaya to call me directly with her own voice and her own mouth and tell me she wants out of there, and she's scared to get out of there, and I'll go right over and I'll take her out of there with the kids." And I said, "I'll take her to your place or wherever she wants to go." And I have never heard from Malaya since. Well, I've heard from Leah a couple little syllables behind Cindy's phone call when I was talking to Cindy the last time. But other than that, Malaya never contacted me for help or anything like that. And I've tried to contact Malaya to help her after I found that Daniel was definitely not guilty of killing those kids. Then, with Janie's testimony in that she finally trusted me enough to uncover, then I knew this was going down on Malaya. And believe it or not, she's still my relative. And I wanted to help her. And the main reason I couldn't help her is because she wouldn't tell me anything. So there's a lot more to this, but Belinda, I don't want to interfere in your program. So please.
No, you're not interfering. The more information, the better.
Sense out of it, yeah. I think Darren, and this is where I'm at myself too. Like, I'm just trying to make sense of it, and to talk about a timeline. Maybe you just can't give it out, perhaps, but a timeline is very important because the timeline can make a difference to how people perceive either Malaya or Daniel or this case of Jack and Lily. So a timeline is a huge difference for us, for absolutely sure. Because, right, like if someone accused you of something, then you would, if you had a timeline to back that up, well, then, that's it. No,
I'm not. And the timeline, I probably made you misunderstand.
Okay.
The timeline is not what I'm holding back. What I'm saying is I never kept track of the exact timeline, but what Janie kept her. Janie has that timeline right down pat. And I'm glad you said that because it brought me back to where I was heading. I was getting off on a little bit of a spin there.
So good.
Janie is getting so pissed off at what these idiots are saying in response to what I'm saying, because I'm pretty well saying, I'm repeating Janie's proof is what I'm doing a lot. And she's getting so pissed off at what these idiots are saying about me that she's getting ready to come out of the shell, and she's starting to think that she's going to do some interviews just shortly.
Wait, Janie, I love a strong woman. Don't get me wrong. I do. And I want to say this, and this is not ass kissing in any way, but I'm a very strong female. Why? Because I've been in abusive relationships. It made me strong. So when I see someone like Belinda, and I know how you've spoken about Janie, and you basically are saying she's a stand-up mother, a stand-up woman is basically what you're saying, right? And that don't get me wrong, because I love stand-up women. So if Janie, if you have something that you want to let loose on us, feel free. Just saying on this, because again, it's about Jack and Lily, right? That's the bottom line.
Now you see this is an example. This Nadia Coast, whoever the hell that is. I think Darren believes what he was saying, but he hasn't seen the kids. Any idiot just listening. No, I haven't seen the kids, and I never said I saw the kids.
He never saw them.
I'm saying that Janie heard those kids alive on Friday, March the 2nd at roughly 9 o'clock. And that's
May 2nd.
Yeah, May 2nd.
Excuse me, Ed. You got me again, Ed. May 2nd is exactly right. May 2nd. Now, this is not bullshit. This is a sworn statement to the major crime unit, the Northeastern Nova major crime unit. And that's the same damn day that it happened. So if you people want to refute that because you think you know something about this, or you think you know more about this than Janie does, than Daniel does, than I do, than Malay, well, go ahead. But you're idiots and you're talking through your ass. You know nothing. And even though Belinda, I have so much respect for Belinda that as far as she's saying that she thinks Daniel, or she thinks somebody hurt the kids, I will not go against Belinda, because if Belinda's wrong, she's still right. And that's what I got to say.
Now, is Janie, just to ask you, is she willing? You said she has everything documented on her phone. Is that any information that she's willing to share or no? Or is it that she wants to keep that private?
No, she's getting ready to share everything. Come
on, Janie. We want to
Yeah, even if she didn't want to talk and just show the timelines of everything would be enough.
Absolutely.
Belinda, you know Janie very well, I would imagine. imagine, right? I mean, I mean, you know Janie very well. Am I correct?
No, I don't know her at all.
Only that day.
Only
Why?
that day.
Why don't you, if you would, or I'll talk to Janie and see if I can start it from that end. Why don't you two communicate? Because I think there might be a lot of good stuff come out of that.
That's actually a great idea.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I think that would, the more you people that are in both of the families communicate, I think the better it would be. I think
Yes.
it would be a lot better.
Yes.
Open communication, wide open, let her fly.
It's like 3 families, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, because I tried calling Patty, and the moment somebody answered the phone, I said, "Hi, it's Belinda." Right away, they hung up.
Really?
Yeah, that was right after.
Yeah.
Right after.
I talked to. Oh, sorry.
No,
Very sorry.
well, sorry, Belinda was just going to say right after, and then sorry,
It was
Belinda,
right after Malaya took her Facebook and all that down. I couldn't reach her, so I figured, well, I'll reach out to Patty because I know Patty. I mean, she thinks the world of Malaya, so.
Yep. Now, as far as everybody saying that I was holding up for Daniel, and no, I was looking to nail his arse for the first 3 weeks that I was into this, and that's not true. Now, these are my relatives that I'm nailing now, and I'm nailing them because I want to nail Malaya's arse right to a tree until she talks, and I believe the Mounties are making a huge mistake by not pulling her in and laying some charges on her, threatening the shit out of her. And they've got enough charges that they can lay to keep her in too. And I'm pretty sure Malaya couldn't take that pressure for very long. And I'm telling, and what you said about Patty, or I believe Cindy probably had her phone, because the last 2 times I talked to Cindy, there was one piece of information I needed from either one of them. And the last time I talked to Cindy, or the second last time I talked to Cindy, Cindy bawled and cried like a baby and said no matter what I had to do, that she figured I was coming close to finding those kids, and she didn't care about anything else other than getting those kids back. So she told me, whatever you got to do, Darren, you do it. And she was bawling and crying. And the next day, I found out some more information, and I had to get a confirmation, just like you confirmed some of my information about that day and about everything. And I needed one little piece of confirmation that would lead me directly to the people that were probably, allegedly, I'm going to say, because Sonny's teaching me some stuff, allegedly in that vehicle that picked the kids up. And if she'd have told me that, I'd have had them. But all of a sudden, from one day to the next, it turned from bawling and crying, daring to do anything to get those kids back. I believe you're coming close to the next day saying, I'm not even talking to you about this, Darren. Whatever Malaya did is Malaya's problem, and I'm washing my hands of it, and that's it. I'm not telling you anything else. I'm not talking to you, and bang, hung the phone up.
Yeah.
So I wonder what took place between that first day. What happened between then and the second day when you reached out to her again? What was Malaya on the run at that time? I mean, what took place during that time? Do you know?
Yeah, no, Malaya was back at Cindy's after she went to Shubenacadie and lost Meadow
Right.
from CPS, right? No, she was back at Cindy's, and I didn't know Malaya was there. And right before Cindy hung up, I heard Malaya's voice saying something, and Cindy didn't. I think Malaya wanted to talk to me right there, and Cindy wouldn't let her. Now get this right, people. I'm not very proud of this. This is my family that I'm nailing. So if I'm wrong,
yeah.
well, I don't think I'm wrong, because I'm trying to tell the truth with everything as best I can.
I know you are.
And I'm sorry if I make mistakes or whatever, but I don't think I'm making big ones. I might be making little ones.
Go ahead, Ken.
You'll be disowned if you'll be disowned, Darren, if you're incorrect.
Well, buddy, I'm
pretty much there anyway.
I was living back in my old truck till this afternoon till it blew up. Now I'm living in a little Honda car, so I'm pretty well disowned.
So is that from Kent, Darren, that little Honda?
What's that?
Did you get that car from Kent's junkyard?
Nope.
Well, I was actually asking Ken about the parts when we talked that Saturday morning, if you'd remember.
Now, I wanted to ask you something, if you don't mind, if I can cut in for just a second here. So, and if you can just be straight up with it. So we've always been under the impression, because of exactly how Daniel has said things like, poor Malay and her like mental health because of and stuff like that. Okay.
Yep.
Can I ask you? You said that he lied because he was trying to protect Malaya, and that's why.
Yeah.
Is that still true?
Oh yeah, he said some lies. I'm not
Okay,
going to
it's
deny
okay.
it. Now Daniel will be mad at me. As a
It's
matter
okay.
of fact,
Daniel
he
will
already
be
called
mad.
me. He has said some falsities, yes, during the first. And I'll tell you, it's because of a young fella being. I don't know if women can understand this or not.
We do.
But when a fella really loves a woman, and he's really gone in the head over a woman.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of times you'll lie for them, you'll fight for them,
Yep.
you'll do anything for them. And in that time period, he was still so in love with Malaya that he was still fantasizing that they get back together. And at that time, he broke down and made a couple of I'm going to call them mistakes, not
We'll
lies.
call them mistakes. Yeah. We'll call them mistakes.
He made some boo-boos. And here's another little fact for you, Belinda. I'm sure if you want to double check this, I'm not full of shit totally. Do you know that the only evidence that was found in the woods, and I'm going to say this allegedly because I never proved this 100%, but I proved it 99%.
Allegedly.
And do you know that the only people who found evidence in the woods, the blanket and a couple other things,
Was her family. Yes, he told me that too.
Yes, and I can
Yeah.
say the name if you want.
Go ahead.
But, well, oh Jesus.
Okay. How about an initial?
Yeah, HF.
HF. Okay.
And
You want me to say it?
that's up to you.
Go ahead.
No, I'm not getting into that. I don't know nothing about the name or the person. So one thing I would ask though, Darren, if we're thinking you're disowned now, going back to that conversation with Cindy, is there anything else that you'd like to share about that conversation?
Go ahead.
That Cindy said to you on the phone that everybody else don't know yet, but I hinted around?
Go ahead.
I'd like to hear it.
We'd like to hear it.
Darren, can you remember what I'm talking about?
Spit it out. Spit it out there, Kent.
Yeah, spit it out, Ken. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, spit it out.
Well, when this is going back to what Belinda just asked, was that when Malaya was on the run or when it wasn't? Malaya took off after Darren eavesdropped. Then he got a call when he was on his way home from Truro that Malaya had left her mother's on last Thursday. Friday, CPS stepped in and went to the reserve and got Meadow. Then when he calls Cindy back on Saturday afternoon, because this is what he told me, the one more chance. He was trying to confirm it with Malaya, but he couldn't because the people down on the reserve kept her protected. So he had one more chance, and that was going back to Cindy. And when he contacted Cindy Saturday afternoon, Cindy said, Darren, I'm not talking to you no more. I'm done. Malaya will have to deal with what she's done. I'm done. I'm not dealing with this. And Darren said that's when he heard what he thought was Malaya talking in the background. And then Cindy said, well, Malaya's here. But Malaya sounded like she was talking in the background, but he couldn't tell what she was saying.
Didn't you already say that, Darren, on here?
That's exactly true.
Yeah.
What he just said is exactly true.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to sidestep this for 1 second because I'm tired.
You always do. Now, you always do. Listen, be a pain in the arse sometimes.
No.
Go ahead. Jesus Christ.
I'm going to ask this one question because I keep seeing it being said and it's driving me crazy. Can you confirm or deny that a boot was ever found underneath a couch at all? People keep
I never heard anything about a boot being found under a couch. No, I never.
like Lily's pink boot. Okay, thank you.
I heard that on a searchers video. It was an update on the searchers. I heard that, but I had never had any way of knowing if it was just a mistake in the misprint or what.
1 sec.
But they said they found the pink rubber boot underneath the couch.
That was on the audio tapes?
Yeah.
Because that's where I thought I heard it too, but I couldn't remember. That's why. But okay. So it was on the. Okay. Now I wanted myself to go back to one thing, and then Belinda can go. But I wanted to go back to. Sorry. Hey Daniel.
Please, I told this is what I hate, and I want to focus on Belinda. I really do. I want to take this off me. This is Belinda. This is your time, and you deserve it. You really do. God love you, and God bless you.
Go ahead.
And if you want to call me up privately and give me shit or anything else, I'll take it gracefully. And
I just want answers. I don't care who gives them to me. I just want answers.
You want the timeline from Janie? You would like that?
Yes.
Said, right?
Yes.
And I'm
would
really.
you like me? I'll talk to Janie and try to get her to contact you, and vice versa. Would that be all right?
That would be great.
No problem.
Belinda.
I'm sure she will.
Belinda, what else did you want to ask about? Anything about that day that he would know, or
how many dogs were on that property? Do you know? Because I know Daniel told me her dog was like a Yorkie mix, but the dog I heard Saturday was a really big dog.
No, he's not really big. He's about a foot high at the spine, and he's one dog that I know of that I saw there, and he looks like a little bigger Yorkie, but he's kind of a mutt too. I think he's probably got not a purebred or anything. But
Does Justin have a dog? Because this dog was big.
maybe?
Now, and these people saying, "Oh, why didn't the RCMP have cadaver dogs in there?" It's my understanding that there was one through there.
No, there wasn't.
No, they stated there was no cadaver dogs. They were all tracking and scent dogs.
There's only one cadaver dog in all of Nova Scotia. There's only one.
Okay.
Now, they said they were bringing a cadaver dog in. Remember when Daniel was talking about that? Do you know? If
Yes, they did state they were going to bring the cadaver dogs in, but they didn't.
But
They said it could be the next step, but that's right. They never ever did. Now, something that I seen on another channel, and I can't remember what it was, or I give them a shout out. They were saying that cadaver dogs takes 4 to 6 weeks to be able to pick up the death scent. I don't know if that's true. I'm just repeating what I heard.
Oh, that would make sense, yes. That would make sense. A body has to decompose.
Yeah.
Right. It wasn't Jules KT, was it?
No, I don't know. It was.
Okay.
I think it was one of the AI ones because I shut it off after that because it was so goddamn ridiculous to listen to. But I found that fact was pretty interesting because now that I'm thinking about it, I think it was in the same video, which was an AI video, that first stated that they had the satellite pictures of the Lansdowne and surrounding areas looking for disturbed ground.
Yeah, I remember that.
This is why I believe that there's a totally wrong policy amongst the Mounties of keeping an investigation totally private. Because if you open up all this stuff to the whole community, then you get all the people that might be directly involved.
Right.
You get all the information from anybody that's not. And now I'm going to get dirty on the Mounties just for a second.
Take it easy.
Okay. I believe the main reason the Mounties don't want to communicate with the public, because I believe they screw up so goddamn much that they'd be embarrassed and fired if they did. And I don't just believe that because I'm talking out of my ear. I when this comes out, when there's a custody decision made over Meadow, after it's solid and made, I got a lot to say.
Yeah. Oh, and you know what? That's fair enough. You know, because I know I agree in many ways with you on that one, Darren. And that's why personally for me, again, they have their job to do. You know, doing.
Yeah. This should have been. Listen, this should have been done in 3 days.
You would think.
This whole damn thing was over a mild-mannered girl not getting along with her man, and she made a stupid-ass mistake of how to fix the problem. And then when things went so fast, she panicked, froze up, and then when she started coming out of her panic a little bit, she changed her story, and this thing flew all to hell so fast. And with the information the Mounties had the first day, they could have fixed this so quick, it was unreal. And I'll tell you one other thing, too. They're so goddamn scared. They're just petrified that somebody else is going to find those kids before they do. And that's why Malaya is not in jail or is not being put under pressure right now, because they're hoping. They don't know jack shit. All they're hoping is that Malaya, they're leaving her free, hoping that she'll lead them to the kids. Now, that's an alleged theory of mine, but boy, it's a strong one to me, because I got some crap on that directly from them. So, all right, if I rave on about that, I'll say what I don't want to say. And I'm sorry, Belinda, I rave too much and I get too pissed off. I'll quiet down and I'll stay out of this stuff, please.
You're passionate. That's fine.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah. And is there anything else, Belinda, that Darren
Yeah.
can...
Does
Yeah.
Justin own a dog? I know I seen a big dog. Well, I didn't particularly see the dog. I heard the dog. And I know what a small dog sounds like compared to a large dog. But my daughter seen the dog and my sister seen the dog. They only seen the dog's head because it was up at the window.
That
And
I don't
this,
know, Belinda. I don't know if Justin owns a dog or not. And
But
I
you
don't
could
think
find
I
out.
ever laid my eyes on Justin.
Yeah.
So no, I don't know if he owns a dog or not. And by the way, see, there's another thing. If everybody was talking, we know more about Justin. We know more about the dogs. We know more about everything.
Absolutely.
yes,
Can you ask
yes.
Daniel if he does, Darren, next time you're talking to him?
Can I ask Daniel if Justin owns a dog?
Yeah.
Sure, I can.
Or even if, I mean, well, you could probably find out faster that way. But if Belinda and Janie like have a discussion type of thing, I mean, obviously Janie can answer that too, and she can clear up, you know, that stuff with Belinda as well. So either way, right?
Yeah. Who knows what would come out of that?
Yeah.
Even a couple little facts shared between the two of them.
Yes.
Come out of that something good, you know. And I'll tell you, Janie would love. Janie's getting, like I said, she's getting so aggressive about this. That she's a very antisocial person as far as drawing public attention to herself. She doesn't want that. But she's getting so mad right now that she told me right after the hearing this morning. She said, "I'm getting so pissed off that I'm ready to come out." And God love her, she told me that she doesn't speak very well in public, and she's very self-conscious about it. And I explained to her, well, listen, Janie, you can't be any more of an idiot than me, and look what I'm saying. And I mean, and I'm taking a lot of shit for it, but you know what? I really don't care anymore, because one thing this internet thing taught me,
Yes,
is my Jesus, there's a lot of idiots in humanity. A lot of idiots.
yeah.
So,
and don't give him, you guys, don't give him shit for saying idiots, because this is a word that us older people use, you know.
it's getting to be my favorite word.
Well, I guess it's better than goddamn that you keep getting in trouble for on Dolly.
It is. And you know, that's very correct. And the other thing, there's one benefit that I have that I just got not long ago. and this is going to sound corny and crazy as hell. I got to be a member of a group that can walk in the faith of Jesus Christ. And there's another thing that's pushing me and helping me through this, because I'm telling you, 6 months ago, 8 months ago, my mind wouldn't have taken this. My mind would not have taken this at all.
Right.
So people, for Christ's sake, get together and stop doubting people, stop doubting good people, and be better people yourself. I'm trying to. I know what
Rough.
level I'm at. But,
Yeah.
But let's all try to be better people to start with.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, for me, I just want to say, as a whole, to watch other channels now, because at first when we brought out Daniel's messages, we took a lot of ignorant channels talking about us and ignorance, right? And the thing is, Darren, and this is okay, your wise grasshopper, you, is that the thing is that with me, is that I've been in here long enough that kind of like Janie or yourself, you know what? You ignore those people. Like, you don't even need to respond to those people, because we're here for a purpose. The purpose is Jack and Lily. Get the F out of our way. We're coming through. And when I don't care what this person says or this person says, this whole thing is about Jack and Lily. So if Janie can be reminded. Oh, and if you could, like you yourself, okay? Because trust me, we've been in here long enough that you have to let that shit slide, because they mean nothing to you. Those people. Those people.
No, they don't. They're meaning less and less every time I see how silly they are. And by the way, I know I'll guarantee that Janie's listening right now, and Belinda, I pretty well guarantee you'll be getting contacted soon, or I guarantee that she's more than willing to hear from you. So Janie and Belinda,
I hope so.
Mm-hmm.
Darren, a lot of people are asking if the dog could be Earl's, and if Earl was around there at all. Do you know if Earl hangs out around the property at all?
He doesn't even know if they're married or not. Still.
No, I don't. But just because they're married doesn't mean you can't be hanging around.
No.
Let's be open-minded about that.
Yeah.
Yes, listen. Remember I told you the first time that I met Janie, the first time that I went in the yard, and Janie gave me a peeling about if I was a reporter or if I was one of these digital creators, or that I better get out of there now because she put up with it. Well, I had seen Earl around off and on over the years. I didn't know who he was. And when the first time I went in there, Earl was talking to Janie by the steps of the trailer. And then he said hello to me on the way out. He walked out and I walked in. He said hello, how are you, on the way out and in. And that's when I knew. And I said to Janie, is that your husband, Janie? Because I knew his name from the other one. I said, is that Earl? And she said yes. And that's how I knew who Earl was. I mean, I had seen him around the county and that before, but I never knew that was who he was. But then I knew, Earl was there. Earl was there the first time. The first time that I had to go out and see Daniel because I had no phone reception. Now, they have some kind of phone reception. I just got a flip phone. They have some kind of phone reception on online. Stargate or something, or I forget what
Starlink.
Starlink.
Something like that. Yeah. So they do have ability to. Every time if Daniel calls me, it's a different number pops up. So they're using
because you're making a call over the internet rather than on a phone line.
You know more about now. You know everything I know about that, because that's how they get out on the phones most of the time, from that right there. So.
Yeah, is the Starlink on there? Now, I mean, if you want to stand, Janie, if you want to stand beside Darren and feel more comfortable talking beside Darren on a live, feel free to come up if you do. For me personally, I love it when boots on the ground or family are speaking. Like Belinda said, Darren, you do too, Darren. You wear your heart on your sleeve. I wear my heart on my sleeve. It's like cut the crap, get to the point, type of thing, and just say what you gotta say. And Belinda, same thing. Where you wear your heart on your sleeve. We're talking about two kids here, Jack and Lily. You know,
I got a soft spot for kids.
Me
and I'll
too,
tell you
yeah.
the worst thing. I'll tell you the worst thing that bothered me about homeless or anything like that. Belinda, I know what it's like to have a broken heart bad. Because listen, I got 2 grandkids from my oldest son, Jared, and they're pretty well the same age as Jack and Lily, and they even look a little similar. And I've had my son, since this started, attacked me twice, trying to kill me because he said I ruined his life by getting involved in this internet shit, and there was people harassing his kids to the point where they thought my grandkids were Jack and Lily, and they were looking for the reward. Now, my son attacked me twice, and he's an able boy. And if my other son hadn't have been there, he'd have probably put me under. So, and that broke my heart, Belinda. That sickened me, and it still wrecks me. So I love you, Belinda, because I love people with broken hearts. So you just stand strong, Belinda, no matter what anybody tells you. Ignore all the idiots, and I'll try to do the same. And peace be to you guys. That's it. I'm going to leave now, okay?
Wait, one more
Thank
question
you.
for me. One more from me. One
Shit.
more.
What?
Can you tell me now? Okay, F Malaya right now. Is Daniel finally pissed off enough that he's sick of this shit? Is he?
He got pissed off enough a couple weeks ago, I would
Okay.
say. But
Okay.
yeah, Daniel, the love is broken. He's had it. Malaya made him make a choice between herself and Meadow, and he chose Meadow.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, whoops. 1 second, Darren. I want to say goodbye properly. Thank you, Steffers. 1 second, Darren. Darren, you're doing. Listen. Aw, Darren.
What?
I hear you sniffling over there.
I got allergies.
Okay, so Steffers did okay. Steffers said, Darren, you're doing the right thing. Bless you. You know, and again, people. Okay, and again, remember this, right? Don't tell Janie. Again, what we're trying to do is just simply fight for the truth. When people get in my way, it's like, get the hell out of my way. I'm coming through. If these are my children, right? They're my children.
Yeah.
You ain't stopping me from talking. You ain't stopping me. I don't care who's in my way. If someone wants to troll me or whatever, go right ahead. Because you know what? I'm doing this for my children or grandbabies or whatever.
Exactly.
For all our kids.
Absolutely.
All these missing kids that are going on, all these sick people that they got to be cleaned up, man. But listen, that Dolly, you know what? I got along pretty good with him for a while.
Yeah.
And it only took one thing. Do you know what that idiot said? He was asking me for what was going on, and I was telling him a very serious part of this, right? And he asked me the same question you did about why wasn't Janie talking? And I told him about the reporters and that trying to bribe her for an interview. I said, Jesus Christ! I said, some foolish reporter tried to bribe her to talk about muffins. That's how silly it was. You know what he said?
What?
Oh, Darren, what kind of muffins were they?
Okay.
I said they were chocolate muffins. They were melting in the heat, you fucking idiot. And if I'd have been there, he'd be eating through a blender for a long time. So now I am going because I'm getting so pissed off.
Wait, no. Wait. Okay, so I'm not gonna lie, I gotta confess. So I mean, I heard that and I was like, Dolly, what the frick you doing, dude? Because meaning you were telling him stuff, and I knew from our live that you weren't in that mood. And then when you went over to Dolly, and I know he was cracking jokes, and I'm like, Dolly, what are you doing? He's literally So, but
idiot cracks jokes at the worst times, man.
So,
He's no comedian. He's an idiot.
But I want to confess to something, because I was in there yesterday, and it didn't dawn on me. 1 second. It didn't dawn on me. Thank you, Aaron. Belinda to Darren. She's saying thank you, guys. 1 second.
Thank you. Take care of yourself, Belinda and Darren. Thank you.
Thank you there, Aaron. So I decided because everyone was like, Sonny, come over to Dolly, and I know that they said that people were shitting on you and stuff like that, right? But I had gone in there, I was like, should I do this tonight or no, I'm not. But anyways, I did. And all of a sudden this person calls in, this remote reader, and then Dolly puts something on a piece of paper, and then he puts a big muffin, right? And so people are cracking. Yeah. Well, but I'm not going to lie. I said, I have nothing. I have muffin to say, like, so I mean, I was cracking jokes because I kind of forgot about that whole muffin thing. At first, I thought he was talking about a mushroom, like a mushroom cap. And so I'm going to confess. Because
I got to shut up.
No, because I'll confess, because I was sitting there yesterday joking around about this muffin thing, and then it dawned on me that he's referring to that conversation where he was the live the night before. So, anyways, just don't shoot me too hard on that one, because I was going along with this muffin joke for a while here, and then I realized that it was he was meaning it from the offering. I think you were about to say the offering of booze and a muffin or something, muffins.
Yeah,
or
I agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, let me put it this way. I mean, I know, Dolly. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. He has his own channel, and I know he cracks jokes. And I thought he did that at the wrong time myself. It's not going to change who he is. It is Dolly on there, but I know that when somebody's not, you let him know. Look, Dolly, I'm not in the mood. And then he cracked another joke, and I was like, dude, seriously, don't. And then I seen you get upset because you were having, like, that day. That's the day, Darren, that you literally got kicked out of your house. Like,
well, see, you're better at the timeline than I don't even know if
yeah,
that was the same day.
it was.
That's fun, dandy. Yeah,
No, it was the same.
And don't get me wrong, people. Yeah. I'm not pussy and wussy and crying. I'm fine. I'm more than fine. And no, I'm more than fine.
Well, you know what? I know you're gonna get going.
Listen, I don't want to take this over. For Jesus' sake, Belinda, please give me shit or something. Do something.
Belinda, do you want to give him shit a little?
I don't want to give him shit. Anything that brings light to what's happened with Lily and Jack, anybody that can bring light to it, I think it's great.
Right.
And I guarantee that Janie's been listening to this whole thing.
Oh, I hope so. And Daniel too.
Oh, I know so.
Again, and I know I'm going to say this again, but a timeline means everything. And Belinda feels the same way. It does. It makes a huge difference when a timeline is set down. So, like, meaning, let's just hypothetically say if Janie said, look, I know it was at this time, right? Because everyone's so confused on that area. And everyone does, like, meaning the public, if they want backing, right? I know that nobody.
Well, it's confusing from the 6:18 to the 9:40 when police were called.
And the 8 o'clock. So meaning if Janie can sit there and say, you know what? It was about 8 o'clock that whatever. And then all of a sudden it's like, okay, there's the basis of the timeline. Now this can make sense to this. Oh, now I get it. And that's what we've been trying to portray this whole time, is because of you guys that are speaking, Belinda, Daniel, Logan, and yourself, is that little by little, the puzzle pieces start closing in. Right. But that timeline between 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock is so confusing, and everyone thinks it's just a bunch of lies. Right. So if Daniel did lie to try to protect Malaya, just clear it up. Like, meaning you've already said a lot of things, Daniel. The police already know the timeline, I'm sure, but just clear it up then.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's all I want to say there. But Belinda, did you have anything before Darren goes?
No. Other than definitely see if Janie will reach out to me.
Love it. Would love that. Yeah, I'm sure she will. I hope so.
And I believe everybody. I've been called a real stupid jerk because I said my real name on here, but I wanted to say my name at the end of it, because if people are going to call me a liar, I want them to do it to my face and know who I am. I believe everybody on the internet should have to identify.
Well, I do pat you on the back for that, because I think I think it's great that people put their names out. You stand by what you say.
I don't hide my name.
Yeah, that's right.
My name is my name.
If you gotta hide your name, you're full of shit.
Yeah, I don't hide. Like, I get people do things for reasons, but I don't hide my name. My name is Sunny Austin. That's the name I go by. My real name is Sonia Austin. And again, I got nothing to hide, right? I'm not sitting here shaking my boots that somebody's gonna come freaking knife me during the live or something like that. Meaning, I'm not a pushover. You know, I've taken enough bullshit and abuse in my life. You know, nobody scares me. Nobody scares me. I'm just keep it real. Let's say what we have to say. Let's do it for the right reasons. The missing and the murdered. In this case, it's Jack and Lily, but do it for the right reasons. Yeah, because that's why we're here, and for nothing more, nothing less. It's about Jack and Lily. That's it. One answer. So if anyone wants to talk from the family more and give some more answers, you know, to the public, again, people in true crime do solve cases, okay? Because we can reach, maybe there's somebody out there that has that information, Darren, that's really feeling guilty right now. That that every time that they see us and they hear Belinda talking, or maybe hear you talking, or Daniel or somebody talking, right?
Yep.
Again, if somebody has information, it gets very weighing on somebody, you know, if other people have knowledge of it. Because again, like, we're talking children, and especially if a mother. But anyways, that's why it's so important to keep it out there, because that one person could crack by watching a show, by watching an interview, by watching a YouTube channel, and just say, you know what, that's it. I am not covering this up no more for nobody.
No.
Yeah. So
I don't think I have anything else to really, anything else I can contribute or say. I mean, nothing. Like, not just tonight. I think I'm done.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I ask you something? What do you?
Jesus Christ, you do that every time.
Where do you feel is the best location to put flyers up?
To put flyers up?
Yeah.
New Brunswick, anywhere. Where do you think? If you had your gut instinct about where possibly these children are, where do you think?
Oh boy.
Could be a few places.
I know he's going to say one, but he doesn't want to.
Yeah, I can't. No, I don't think so.
Can
No.
you tell her privately, or no?
No, because it's too much of a guess.
It's too.
Okay. Well, why don't you? Okay. Then let me ask you something else. Why don't you?
Belinda, he was going to answer. Hold on. Go ahead, Darren.
You know where we should put flyers up? Stick them all over Wentworth.
Okay.
Belinda, what were you going to say back to Darren?
I was going to say, if he didn't want to say it, can he put flyers up in the location?
I see. Okay.
And maybe work your way a little bit west of Wentworth, or east of Wentworth too.
Yep, sure.
Okay, that's a great idea.
Because, you know, if somebody knows something and they're not talking, but every time they walk down the street they got to look at it, that might do something.
Right.
Well, others, just the reward itself might do something.
Maybe. It all counts. It all matters, doesn't it, Belinda? It all matters. Yeah. And if people out there, again, that live around those areas, you know, and stuff like that, can print off some flyers themselves from the missing, and you have the ability to have an extra few bucks in your pocket to do so, even if it's a couple, you know, 4 or 5, you know, around there, then great.
You know, I went to the local library on Hearing Cove because I stopped into my daughter's. And I went into the library and I said, look, I need some flyers printed out for missing children. And bless their hearts, they printed me 50 pages and they did not charge.
No.
Aww. See?
Now,
people helping people.
They posted one up in their place. Then I went to like the Superstore, Walmart, Sobeys. None of them would post a flyer up.
Now you imagine.
Can you imagine? Blew my mind.
You got to get into the little corner stores. in those
Yes.
areas.
Yes. I was thinking more a line of the big grocery stores because there's always so many people going in and out.
Absolutely. Both, all. Right? But the bigger ones are obviously the ones that have the traction behind them.
Right.
My phone's ringing. I'm going to go and see
Okay.
who's on it.
Okay. Are you hanging up now or just checking?
I think he's just checking.
I think he's just checking.
Now,
Too.
Belinda, you
Mhm.
might have answered these questions earlier, but I had to step out for half an hour, and I
No
know
problem.
people had to or have been asking, and I don't want to bring it back up, but one question I know that quite a few people is, does Cody have any other children besides Lily and Jack?
Yes, he does.
Okay. And I know another question that we've seen about him a lot is
How's he feeling now?
yeah,
At this moment?
like what does he think might have happened, or is he disconnected enough? Like we know we
It's,
heard your
it's
conversation with the RCMP. Is he disconnected enough that he's not paying attention to it? I can't imagine that.
no. He's it's been really rough.
Yeah, I'm sure. No matter what, I mean, unless he's soulless, right? Which I don't believe he is. Yeah, of course this is gonna be rough on him, regardless. He might have walked away and he might have regrets of doing all that stuff. At the end of the day, I don't believe that your son is heartless. He's
Well,
got.
you think the best thing is walking away, and then you see everything that's happened.
And you
Yeah.
start blaming yourself.
Yeah.
So yeah, so as for that, I mean, honestly, prayers to your son on this one too, because at the end of the day, it's not, this is not even close to one of the worst individuals from the world. We see these type of things in families all the time. It just happens that this has
I
made.
came from a broken family, and I came from parents that fought, and
Yeah.
I understood why he walked away.
Same.
I didn't agree with it, but I understood it.
Yeah. 1 second. Darren, are you there or no? Darren, your house is on fire. Oh wait, you don't have one, actually.
Now, Sonny, come on now.
Wait, no, but let me ask you something. Sorry, Darren. Let me ask you something. 1 second. Hey, are you back, Darren? Darren? Do you realize you're still on the line? Darren? Darren?
Hang up before you overhear something you're not supposed to.
I'm trying to eavesdrop.
I'm sure you want to double check this. I'm not going to shit totally. Do you know that the only evidence that was found is the weapons? And I'm going to say this allegedly because I haven't proved this 100%, but I proved it 99%.
Is he listening to us?
No, I think he's on yet another line.
No.
What's her family? Yes, you told me that too. Yes, and I got if you want. But, well, oh Jesus. Okay, how about initials?
But no.
Yeah, no, that's a playback of the live.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think that's you.
I'm not getting into that. I don't know nothing about the name or the person, so. One thing I would ask, though, Darren, if we're thinking
That's your voice. Darren. I'm going to mute your ass. Okay.
Yeah, no, he's not there, Sonny.
I was going to say, I'm listening to, probably it's coming through, that I don't even know.
No,
So,
his phone is open.
Oh,
But
well,
I don't think he's on the line.
I was like, should I be listening to this? Should I not? Is that Janie? What? Maybe I should hang up because I don't want, because if he's telling like secret info and as we're talking, I'm just like, but I don't want to. I want to hear this, even if I'm hearing it for myself.
But yeah, no, I would hang up.
I did. I did. I did. I was
Is,
torn.
is Earl Daniel's father?
Yes, Earl is Daniel's father.
That's where the Martell comes from. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
Can I tell you that Malaya's Facebook is back up again? Remember, it was down yesterday.
It's back up again.
Yep, I was just looking at it. I'm back up again, Malaya. Come on, what's with the games? What's the games, Malaya? Up, down. You're single. You're not. Well, no, you're single. You're adding people. I don't know why Daniel's not looking for your kid. Shame on him. Bad, Daniel.
If Malaya's listening, I hope to God she just gets her head together and steps forward and states everything she knows and let the chips fall. It'll take a whole lot of load off of her.
Yeah. Well, we can only hope and pray if she has anything to do with the disappearance of it. But I want to say something that I said before, you guys, because a lot of people think that somehow Malaya, that Daniel did something to the kids and she wanted out of there. And her mom freaking bolted and said that, right? Now that was a good thought up until Malaya in those texts said, I don't know why Daniel. Wait, what was that? Sunny, she took off her Amber Alert post. Somebody said that actually. That she took off her Amber Alert post. Again, this stupid, weird crap that's going on. But so I'm going back to my point there, like I said earlier, because I just want to point that out. That, okay, obviously from that point of view, Malaya doesn't think that Daniel did anything to those kids at all because she said, why isn't Daniel looking for my kids? Why is he so focused on his own perception, basically, or what people are thinking about him? But why isn't Daniel focusing on my kids? Like that in itself, come on, right? That means that she doesn't believe Daniel did anything. So that means probably it's more likely that Malaya did something, to be honest with you. And actually, my thing is this. Regardless of taking Darren's information and all the stuff going on, I still think the most likely, I thought it was Daniel at first, honestly. No, that's not true. I believe Daniel for quite a long time, like in a sense. I felt like I kept looking at his emotions and it's kind of like how the behavioral panel was today with his, I know it's an interview, and you guys can say what you want about that. Well, actually, we'll go to that poll in a sec. But honestly, I was trying to look for this evil monster in there and this whatever. I wasn't seeing it. I was seeing this more soft-spoken whatever. Now, in saying that, so then, of course, it became, wait a second. Well, wait, no. I mean, you got to look at Daniel, obviously, too. And you're trying to make sense of this timeline that's so confusing. And that's why I keep flip-flopping because I always was trying to believe Daniel. Malaya's looking like the liar in her interview, but yet the information is wacky about the timeline and it feels like nobody is telling the truth, right? So how do you make sense out of nonsense? You don't.
Oh, well, that part's true.
Go ahead.
Her whole interview was definitely off, but he also gave the interview of the we,
yeah, right. Well, that's the thing is that
so right off the bat, if he's stating that we,
yeah,
and he was protecting her, well, that was the very first morning. What was he protecting her from? She sent her kids off with a couple of friends. The police turn around, go back. We don't need you. She sent the kids off. It's not an emergency. They're not missing. But what? He went along with the we right from day one because he was protecting her, because he knew right from day one what she did. So that part of it doesn't make sense.
Right. And that's just it. That's why it would be so nice for you and Janie, let her tell us, let us put it out there publicly. unless she like really, really, really doesn't want to. But that's people are just frustrated with who's lying, who's saying what. You can't make hide nor hair. But when you have a timeline, and if Janie's a truthologist and just a stand-up woman on that, like I said, and if she has it all on her phone, you know what? Put it out there, honestly. Just make people back you up. If Janie, if you and Daniel, if you guys feel that you had nothing to do with the kid's disappearance, then right, it comes back to you got nothing to hide then. So what do you have to hide? Let it out. Just
But
let out
Sonny,
the time. What?
no, I was just going to say, do you know the easiest thing that, like, I can understand that some people don't want to come online
They
and
don't have to.
whatnot, but the easiest thing is, Jeannie, if you're out there and if you want to, if you're putting your information out through Darren anyway.
Yeah.
So send Darren or Belinda some screenshots of your timeline.
That's a beautiful idea.
You don't have to come and put up with the people online.
Well, not even that. She could do it the same way I did it in the beginning. Just get in
send some screenshots and say, this is what I seen.
Go ahead.
Make up like a flow chart that this is what I seen and this was at this time, and have it a screenshot off your phone. Well, there's the receipt, people.
Well, and Daniel can do the same thing. Daniel, while you're with your mother, just do the time. Like, if you want to clear up.
But I'd rather have it from an independent source to either Belinda or Darren, because they're outside of the two viable suspects in the case.
Right.
People, if Darren was to say that, or if Daniel was to come out with those screenshots, the first thing people would be saying, "Oh, they're fake. They're fake."
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Right. We went through that bullshit already. So.
If they're from Cindy and they're to Belinda or Darren, and then Darren can share them with you.
Yeah. You're right. Are you trying to be smarter than me? Stop with that. We all know who's the smartest one in the room, and it's not me. So go ahead with your bad selves. Go ahead. Belinda, Kent, you all suddenly stop talking to me. What?
Well, we're not the smartest ones. You are. You're the one that has the show.
No, let me ask you something. Belinda, I wanted to ask you something earlier a couple times now. Only because we were talking about photocopies. Would anybody, I'm just going to ask you, Belinda, first. Would you be against if we started a GoFundMe for some money to help raise for printing off articles, the posters, to help out in aid in any sort of search? Would you? And it would be underneath you. Would you be opposed to that? Or do you want to think about it?
I'd rather think about it.
Absolutely. Because I'm sure you have a lot of
Belinda,
people
that I know
Lana has been doing a lot of raising money for posters and making sweatshirts and t-shirts and bracelets. And I would rather see that posted out and supported.
Okay, absolutely. That's right. You know what? I totally forgot, because she had sent a message a few days ago. Totally forgot until you said no. Lana is the one that held the vigil, guys. Basically, they gave her kind of shit for not asking her their approval and stuff like that. Took some heat, whatever. Lana's fighting for Jack and Lily. So let's start really posting about that to help out. If anyone can help out with that, yeah, that would be great.
And I think if we can, we should send the money directly to.
Well, it would go to
her
Lana's.
because to Lana.
Yes.
Because and it's not that I'm against GoFundMe, but for anybody that doesn't know, GoFundMe takes 7%.
Yes.
Right off the top of everything.
No, I was going to say Daniel. Hi, Daniel. I can't. Kent, all I was going to say was no. We'll direct people to donate to Lana's you know, like her daughter, I know, was making decals, and they're trying.
Yes.
So meaning,
Yeah. So if Lana can share an email address with us, Linda,
Yeah,
you can check on that.
I will get her
And
to do that. Yes.
if she has a personal email that she's using right now and she wants to create another one, so anybody that wants to send money can send money,
Yeah, I will
I think
do
that's
that.
smarter than.
yeah. So Alana's right here, you guys. Alana King. I didn't realize she was still in here.
Oh,
So
good,
yeah,
beautiful.
you know. So we'll do whatever we can to help raise some funds to make these posters, help Alana out, help, of course, with Belinda here. Any of the family, like I said, that's whatever. But this is what we're focusing on is Jack and Lily. And if you guys can help support that, you know, and so we'll just have to get it sorted.
And
Because-
anybody in the Wentworth area,
yeah,
feel free to post away.
yeah.
And maybe not quite that far out. Maybe if somebody wants to go back and get another name of a place, because I don't want to say it again, but it was said on here several times, and it's just across the Pictou County line on the western end. So that might be a place to start and go right up the Wentworth Valley.
Yeah.
That would be great. Yeah.
Deborah, I think you're somewhere near the start of the live, and she's like, please let Bev talk. I think you're speaking ahead of yourself on this one. Bev talked a lot if you're just starting to watch the live now. She's like, but other guests, she needed her to hide her identity. I don't know what she's saying about that. Anyways, you're obviously way behind on the live. So, yeah, Millbrook. She's saying Millbrook. Wow, they'll probably take him down over there, right? Put it in over there. They'll be like, what do you think?
Not if you
I
went and
don't think I
actually.
contacted, I come across a post on Facebook for Indigenous missing children. So I contacted them and
Did you?
sent them a flyer and asked if they would put it up on their site. I'm waiting to hear back.
Mm-hmm. You know, we can't say this enough, right, Belinda? This is about Lily and Jack. If you know something, say something. If you can do something to help out, please do. If you really care about this case, you know, a like on the, of course, on the live, a share means a lot. Anything somebody can do to help keep the awareness of Jack and Lily's case is very much appreciated. So whichever way you can do that, you know, again,
Would the area be Tatamagouche?
Tanamagush.
I just confirmed that, I think, in the chat.
Well, I was going to say, because it's not like we haven't talked about Tatamagouche.
Mm-hmm.
No, I know, but that's one of the locations that he speculated.
Yes, it was.
Like that was pure speculation.
It was.
But there's family in that area that
Right.
are not necessarily native or indigenous people.
Right.
And that's why he was thinking that it might be Amagouche.
I heard that somewhere else before too.
No, it was said. He's talked about it. He's
Okay.
already
Yeah.
But I think about the family part being in Tatamagouche, like the name, well, not the name, but the initial. Now, people's going to be putting this back together and running back and listening to the live. There was a set of initials that
It wasn't
Darren spoke.
JS.
What was it?
I'm not
FN?
saying them.
No,
Darren
it's
spoke a
HF.
set of initials to
H-
Sonny, and that.
HF.
I'm just saying there may be a connection there. I'm not saying that there is,
Female.
but if you're able to figure out that
I know
name,
who it is. I know who it is.
then you
Yeah.
may figure out the location in Tatamagouche.
Right. I know who you're talking about now. Now that it's coming back to me. Because we, you know, me and Darren did have a private conversation, and you've probably been told the same thing. So, so in saying that, that name was inside of that information. So
But it was all just speculation. It wasn't.
Yeah,
He
but it
didn't
was
say
never
that it
put
was.
right. It was.
Somebody was asking there. I think it was Little Mama. Did anybody see the children actually getting in the car? No.
She's here.
From the version of events that Darren has stated, Cindy just missed the car, or not Cindy, sorry,
Jane.
Jane just missed the car and caught Malaya at the end of the driveway, and that's when she looked stunned, as if, oh fuck, you're home. Oh, sorry.
You know, well, like I said, so hopefully on this one, again, kind of like what we just talked about, Belinda, that Janie can speak with you, give you
Yes.
the timeline, and perhaps take a screenshot or whatever, and then maybe perhaps you would like to share it on here. You know, other. So I don't want to keep us. I don't want to keep you anymore. We've been on here for 4 hours and 16 minutes, and even though I got 2 days off now, but is there anything else? Well, you know what? Do me a favor. Actually, I want to hear this. Don't let me go yet. I want to hear about Jack and Lily. Please tell me, as their grandmother, about little Jack and Lily.
Well, the last time that they were here, Jack was just crawling around good and getting into everything.
Yeah.
He'd find toys, and he was a very quiet little boy. He just play with himself. Lily was very lively, bouncing around the kitchen. She mimicked me a lot, everything I did. Sadly, I gave up smoking and I took up vaping. She was very fascinated with that, so she'd go around and pick up anything she could find and put it in her mouth and pretend she was vaping. So then I had to hide my vaping away from her. She put my hats on. She wanted glasses like me, so I took an old pair of glasses and popped the lenses out. And when she was here, she'd run around the house with the glasses on.
Oh my God, are you talking about that? Where's my picture? Where's my picture?
That's in one of the pictures. Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. She was very chatty, very excitable.
That was just Ken.
Do you know what their favorite nursery rhyme was, Belinda?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Because I know a big thing, and I'm not saying that I believe them, but a big thing in a lot of the psychics right off the bat, they were saying you can find the hints to the locations from my favorite nursery rhyme. And I always wondered if I mentioned to Sonny a few times.
And I don't remember Malaya ever stating a nursery rhyme in front of me for them to pick up on and hear. So that must have been later on, because, I don't know.
So did they ever, here's a question for you. I just thought it. Did they ever stay at your place, or when was the last time that they stayed overnight? Did they ask you to read?
No, they've never stayed overnight. They've only ever spent the days here.
Okay.
The last time they were here was Thanksgiving.
Okay.
And that's when she told me that she was going to leave them. And she was going to her mom's because she was going to speak to her grandmother to see if she could move back in there. And she did. She was gone for 2 days. I never stated nothing to my son about it. That was between them.
Yeah.
She stayed at her mom's, I think, for 2 days, and then she'd come back and she told my son that she was leaving.
Okay. And I'm not trying to pry too deep, and if you don't know or don't want to answer this, that's fine too. Do you know how long afterwards she broke up with Cody that she met Daniel, or do you know? Like we know that they met through a mutual friend, but
when she broke up with Cody and was back at her mom's, it was about 6 to 7 months when she told me she's going to start dating again. And I told her I thought it was a wonderful idea. And she had met somebody. She posted pictures of them. They were together only for a couple of months, and she told me that it didn't work out, that she just found him a little overbearing, and she wasn't happy with the way he was around the kids. So that ended, and it was only about possibly a month, maybe a month and a half, when she stated she met Darren, or Daniel, sorry.
Daniel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So, okay, so I mean, the bus driver said that Jax threw his boot at him to get his attention. So,
Yeah.
you're not listening to me, but yet he just seems so quiet mannered.
I'd have to say it blew my mind because, like I said, he was a very sober baby that you really had to work to get him to smile. And I just put it down to his temperament that he was studying you. But then after the separation and she was living at her grandmother's, I noticed that he never smiled a whole lot. And just about all the pictures she posted out, Jack would very rarely smile. The only time I noticed Jack smiling was when he started school. And then it seemed like every picture she posted, he was smiling.
And that's probably because he was getting to learn stuff that he liked, like bugs, because then they learn about that stuff in those first grades, right?
I put it down to, I know of a family whose children loved school, and it was because they weren't happy at home. They couldn't wait to go to school.
Yeah.
And that's what it made me think of him, that school was a safe space where he could be him.
Mm-hmm. Oh, 1 second here, guys. Just quickly, Alana, are you talking about in my email? Because there's nothing there in my inbox. But while I'm saying that, while I was there, so I was a moron. I want to say that I was a moron because I'm sitting here going, refresh, no emails, refresh, no emails. Then I realized I was in my sent box, not my inbox. My bad. Then I come back and there's 6 emails. My bad. Sorry. Sometimes I have those moments. But I want to say this. Rhonda, no, hold on. Rhonda, thank you for the tacos, the 3 tacos. I was almost about to say her last name there. Then I caught myself. I was like, wait a second, because I'm just so used to that. But Lana, are you talking about on Facebook? A messenger? She says, check your inbox. Maybe she's talking about, yeah. Oh, wait. Great. Post my group on the live, please, so people can join. Oh, can you do me a favor? Because I suck at this stuff. And my email is.
I can't help you.
Oh man, I suck. Belinda.
Charmaine.
No, I think Belinda.
Are you
knows
listening, Charmaine? Can you come back for a minute?
Can you just post your link in here and I'll post it on the live? Alana, me and Facebook, we just don't agree with each other. I hate it and it hates me.
Oh, if she sends it to me in Facebook, then I can post it.
Okay. Now, Alana, did you want me to put out your email for people, or is that specifically from me? Like, or is that something you want out there so that people can mess? I just want to be clear. Oh, see, I'm already getting anxiety here because of this whole Facebook thing already. I do. I hate it. Do you know how many times somebody messages me from the Crime and Shame messenger? And I sit there for about 5 minutes going, how do I get back out of here? How do I get the stupid thing? How do I get back out of here? Right? I'm just closing it off. I'm just doing whatever. And then somehow I miraculously find out how to get out of it. But sometimes I'm cursing because I'm like, because I see a message might come in and then I click on that going, oh, you have a thing. And I think I'm going to my regular messenger. And then
that's not hard. That's down in the more button. It used to be just click on your profile picture and you could switch profiles in Messenger that way. But
I can still do it. That's how I got out of it yesterday.
Yeah, you got to go down to mode.
What do you mean
or
you can't
more, I
see
should
the
say.
post? What do you mean? Did you just want someone to show your post so you could say I can't see my post? Is that a mind game? No, just kidding. Okay, let me just see again. Wait. Lana, talk to me. Talk to me, Alana. Give me your Facebook link. Give me it. Anyways, Go on, go on. You go on with yourself there. I'll just wait for Alana to like send me stuff. Go on about Lily and Jack. My bad. Because this is what it's about, Lily and Jack. And for me, it's like, like I know that we saw the birthday video, Belinda, right? Okay. And her got some lungs.
Yes, she
Okay.
didn't. She acquired those lungs because I mean she used to squeal here, but not that piercing squeal.
Well, let me ask you this. What did you think about Daniel's face in that birthday video? Because he was like,
Now I heard some people mention about this video, the birthday video, and stating that Daniel had a very evil look on his face.
I
So
don't think so.
I had to go into and blow it up so I could see what they were talking about. And I seen a smirk on his face.
I saw a smirk.
Right. And the smirk, the way I read it is, now you guys get to hear what I'm listening to all the time.
Yeah, that could be the case too.
That's what the smirk said to me anyway when I seen it. That's what I thought.
When I was going to say, and Kent, you can say yours in a second here, but when I saw that too, like people were saying about this evil look, I didn't see that. What I saw was, for the first half of her screaming, was Daniel going, wow, whoa, you go on, like, just listening to her. And then she kept doing it. And then his eyebrows kind of went up and was like almost like, ugh. And it reminded me of when someone's going, is anyone going to tell her to knock it off? Because he's just sitting there making these facials. And then all of a sudden the one person comes in and says, Lily, stop. And I'm like, took you long enough to say that, because those were ear-piercing screams. But watching Daniel's face, like the first half and then the second half, and I just thought to myself, because normally, right, like a mother, I would have been like, like to my son, like, Matt, stop, right? You kind of would have laughed it off a little bit, but like I said, it's almost like there was two parts to that: the first face of Daniel's and the second face of Daniel's. But I didn't see it as evil. I just saw it as someone going, yeah, there she goes. And then it came to like, okay, Lily, are you? But he never said anything. He just had that look on his face, like, oh, that hurts the ears, type of thing. Oh, that was yeah. Oh, that was some good screaming on her part there. Ooh, honestly, when I put that part in a video, I had to put it to like 90% down, just so I didn't blow out the ears. I was like, I think in that video I said, I'm doing you guys a favor here. Right.
And to hear the bus driver actually stated that he had a reminder a couple of times. We don't do that on the bus.
Yeah. I don't know what Lana. You got to help me on this one. I suck. I don't know how to get to your thing. I always pretend like I know how, but I really don't. I only made it there because Charmaine sent me the link before for the vigil. It's the only reason why I was like, Charmaine, having anxiety here, Charmaine, like, what are you doing? Hurry up, please, Charmaine. Like, is this live for the vigil happening? Like, what's going on? Right? Because we're not Facebookers per se, right? So when that vigil was happening, Belinda, like I said, we were just kind of panicking, going, is the live happened already? Because usually so normally when we go to an RCMP live or something like that, right, we just go to their Facebook, the RCMP, and then we just watch it from there instantly. But we couldn't make hide nor hair if we were on the right page to watch it. And then finally it showed up, right? Oh, you know what? Speak about that vigil a little bit, if you don't mind. Just quickly. So, Daniel was there, and you said he had no clue you were even going to be there. He let you put out a lantern.
So he really didn't know I was going to be there. Did he tell you that?
No, I thought you told me that.
Oh, okay. Yes. I'm sorry. I wasn't listening. I was reading the comments.
My bad.
I'm guilty of Ken's thing now.
Yeah, you had said that he
Yeah,
had that look
but
like it.
yeah, he had a look that he was not expecting to see me there.
Right. And I mean, and then you got like said, and then he offered it. I look like from
Yes,
watching it.
Lana come to me and she said, "Look," she said, "Daniel was going to let the lanterns go, but he says that maybe you should be the one to let them go."
Isn't that okay? Come on now,
And was
though.
Lily as stubborn in real life as she was when you were trying to let that lantern go?
Oh my
Well,
God,
now
yes.
you know what? I didn't take that as stubborn. I'd have to say that oh God, it's hard to even say. It was like she was telling me she didn't want to go.
Well, that's what I mean by stubborn. I didn't mean as literally, but she didn't want to go. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the sense that we all got from.
yeah, that's exactly how I felt.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Now, just because we don't know what or if we missed anything, did anybody other than Constable Mason speak? Because that part sort of went down,
No,
and then it
no,
came back when.
no. He was the only one that spoke. I went over and spoke to a couple of constables just to see if they had any information, and they told me that they know nothing about the case now. It's totally out of their hands, that they have no information. It's strictly under the crime unit.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I'm trying to. I'm at Lana's. I don't know where Lana. Do we have another mystery on our hands? Lana, where'd you go? Because I'm sitting there messaging her, but she's not there. I'm at her Facebook page. I made it there. Where do I go from there, Belinda, to find this?
Okay, you're on our Facebook page.
Yeah.
Really, it's
Where do I
not in
find?
the Facebook page.
Oh,
Let me see if I can put this up and go to.
oh, there she is. She's underneath that name anyway. Thank you for the tacos. Thank you for the coffee, Rhonda. She's underneath the same name that she sent me an email on. All right, went in there. Taco, 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 taco. Thank you so much. As you're doing
Somebody said to hold on to that belief, Belinda,
to hold on to
about
that.
about Lily's lantern not wanting to go.
Oh yeah.
She said, "Hold on." Somebody said in the comment, "Hold on to that belief."
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Maybe she must be doing something. Or unless you found it, Belinda. Wait, I gotta um if you find it, send it to the messenger so I can post it. The page. Thank you guys. So as we're doing this, you guys, I know you guys have been awesome and amazing. Okay. I want to say that first and foremost. Again, even if some people, like I said, don't believe, in Darren's line and stuff like that, it's totally up to you. Okay. But either way, again, always keep your, you know, ears open whenever you're hearing information. Oh, Lana sent an attachment. Beautiful. So thank you to all the channels that do give this channel a shout out and use the information. I want people to use the information, absolutely, but make sure you do give a shout out to the channel like we do whenever we use somebody else's information or watch videos and stuff. Like if it's the news, obviously you can see it. But I'm talking about, so, Joseph Morris, whether it's Clutch and Pearls, whether it's Dolly Vision, whether it's Michelle After Dark. No, who am I missing? Come on, help me out here, Ken. Come on,
Clutch
there's more.
them pearls.
Clutch them. Well, I already said that one.
Gabby
And
Fish.
a shout out to
Joe Hares.
okay. Oh wait, and you said Dago on there as
Day
well.
Yacht. The morning
Yeah,
show with Dago.
and CJ. I always want to say CJ Eville, CJ. Anyways, so thanks everyone. Oh, Mike Damon. I just want to. Oh, and Mr. E's Crime Cast. then the fam dango over there. But anyways, I just want to say, again, it's so much nicer when people just are nice to each other. Hey, use my content. Thanks so much. Thanks so much for the shout out. And just kind of like, don't. There's no need to this.
We will include, because we are nice people, we will include the DD too.
Oh, right. Deception detective on that one as well. Right. Sorry, my bad. Okay, so Lana did that. So I wanted to do that. Just shouted, Jules just shouted us out. And I'm not sure if Bullhorn Betty, when he said bullhorns, when Darren said bullhorns, I'm like, it's Bullhorn Betty in Canada. Because Bullhorn Betty, she wouldn't, like Bullhorn Betty, you want to talk about another strong woman? Right there. Bullhorn Betty. She doesn't put up with crap either,
And the Granny's Crime Busters or
Granny's
whatever.
Crime. Okay. Oh, and Trish, sorry, I'm just trying to do, and Trish James, I know she's the card reader, and even Sloan Bella, right? Because we used her stuff too. And Aphrodite. But anyways, not that they're shouting us out, but whatever, right? We'll shout them out. Anyways, Granny's watching. Isn't that from Sebastian? Granny's watching. I think that one is. Okay, let me go to my Facebook. Okay, so here it is. Let's see here. Okay. And I'll drop thank you so much, Lana. I'm a little bit slow. Okay. Copy. And I'm just going to share the screen on this. I know it's small, but let's see if we can do this. Window, Chrome, Lily and Jack. Hold on. Let me see what I'm seeing here. Okay. Oh, we just went all wonky. You know what? Let's put us over here. Okay, hi. Okay, so I'm going to drop the link for this again. So if you guys could help support to donate, so for flyers, and she said something about they're making t-shirts and stuff like that. Either way, go over to this Facebook that I just dropped the link of, and then we'll put that up into the posting as well in the community post. Put that up there. I'm behind. I'm getting old. Okay, Belinda, getting old because I remember.
Well, I'm already there.
Yeah, well, because sometimes I look at somebody's message, but it might be, well, I'm already busy doing something. But I know that somebody sent me a message saying if we could offer something, you or Charmaine could offer something, and I can't even remember who it was. Darn it. If it was you, just message me again. Like not you, but whoever it was. My bad. But we'll put this up on the community page. Again, thanks. Like I said, Alana, she's been doing so much for Jack and Lily. She's just like, I remember her saying like, Sonny, I don't care, and I'm just doing this for Jack and Lily, and basically at whatever expense and cost it's cost her and stuff like that. When someone's just fighting for the truth, it's like me, I could give my last nickel away to somebody, for and not have anything. And it's one of those things that Alana's just like, you know what, this is about Jack and Lily. This case means a lot to a lot of people, means a lot to me before I even spoke to Belinda. Right? It was just two beautiful children. Why is it not showing their faces properly? Why is that going on? Oh, there we go. My bad, people. There we go, Jack and Lily. But so again, there's some of us just really, really, really desperately just want to. No, I'm just going to say that wrong. What I'm trying to say there is that just like Alana has a passion, right? Just like I'm doing lives that, I'm just doing lives after work and, I'm doing them when I can, even though next week's going to be harder for me to do lives, not going to lie, because my shifts are quite wonky on there. So I'm not sure how many lives I can do next week. And, it's my birthday next week, by the way. Forgot about that on there. 56, Belinda. I'll be 56 July 3rd.
What day is that again?
You're just a youngin' yet.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, because my brother-in-law had his birthday on the 12th. My husband's was on the 22nd that just went by. Mine and my twin sisters is July 3rd. My brother's is July 9th. And So for 6 days, Belinda, me, my twin, and my brother are the same age for 6
Well,
days.
I'll wish you happy birthday now because on July 3rd, I will be busy.
Oh, it's
But
okay.
next weekend is Pictou Lobster Carnival weekend. And
Right. Hey, Belinda, do you ever
So-
go to this lobster thing?
Actually, I don't. It's
Wow.
not often I even leave my yard.
You know what? Belinda has, okay, I do want to say this. Belinda has an amazing backyard. Um, I mean, I could probably pop up another house on that backyard, to be honest with you. And honestly, Belinda, if you could just build one, and I'm so out there because I keep looking for somewhere to go that's close to. My husband's from England, so it's just like a hop, skip, and a puddle away on there. But free rent.
that's because you live in the city. We live in the country. We don't like neighbors.
Yes,
Right?
yes.
Like, so Belinda, me and Belinda were talking yesterday, and she's like, well, you know, like you have a passion for people, and she goes, and I have a passion for animals, right? Now the thing is, and I was like, no, Belinda, animals have my heart. Kids and animals, especially. People in general do, but if we're gonna nail it down somewhere, it's animals and people, like children. Okay, and so it was kind of like I felt like we were having a little war there of, you know, who loved animals more. But Belinda, I think, won on this one because she's out there and she's like, just give me a second. I got you on the phone, but I'm just going to feed the raccoons. Anything that comes into my backyard, you know, they're getting fed. And so go ahead, tell the people about the animals that come in your backyard.
It's true. I get all sorts of animals and I feed whatever comes. If they come to my yard, I look at it that they're brought to me for a reason and they're hungry. So I get the deer, the raccoons, groundhogs, bobcats. I've had a bear. I've had a couple coyotes.
Cougar?
Whatever, don't know. It's very rare. Some of us believe there's cougars. I do because I've spotted one once. Others say we don't have any, so that's a debatable thing.
There is the odd cougar or bobcats.
Yeah, we see the bobcats all the time. Not many foxes around, sadly, because where I used to live, I used to always have foxes, but
Come on over and we'll send you some foxes.
Hey,
yeah,
Belinda.
well, we have too many coyotes here, so the foxes don't stand a chance.
Belinda, gonna be cheesy here, but what did the fox say? Dun, 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 dun. What did the fox? Okay, you know that one, right? What did the? It was one of those things. You know, I regret that even entered my mind because there was months there I was going, "What did the fox say?" Ding, 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 ding. Yeah. And then whenever this,
Funsy crap, we know that kids didn't take the animals. We're not saying they did.
Yeah.
We're just making light of the situation here, having a chat in general.
We're talking about Belinda's beautiful backyard. She makes me jealous. It's like a sanctuary. So when she says that she's not leaving her place and doesn't know about this lobster fest going on, or never been to one, or never been there, right? Because that I wouldn't like my twin sister has has nothing compared to your yard, but my sister's backyard is all like that bluey, like my shirt. Okay, like this color, and she has like a whole living room table out there in the, you know, and she has like this whole wickery dining room set. She has a swimming pool out there. She has you know, one of those little the decks to the swimming pool. She has a trampoline, and then she has about this much grass. But so my sister, when I ever go to her house, I'm just like, I'm sitting outside.
Yeah.
And honestly, I could just sit there for hours and hours. So when I look at your beautiful piece of land, I'm just like, I could probably rent a little spot out here and she wouldn't even notice.
Oh, it's true. The far side of the yard, I let grow wild except for one pathway that I mow through it. I wouldn't even see you.
I was gonna say it's. I mean, it's beautiful. Maybe another time, guys. Belinda will be gracious enough that I can show her backyard a little bit. Well, you guys kind of seen it through the interview a little bit,
Oh yeah,
but
you can show the picture whenever you want.
yeah, okay. But I was gonna say, so what I was trying to kind of going there was that so me and her were having an animal war, and I'm like, Belinda, but 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 I took a spider that was or a spider was rolling up a fly. Picture this, if you will, people. Picture a bicycle wheel, and I start walking towards the door, and I'm like, this spider is literally weaving this little fly in the way. And I was like, not today, spider. Sorry, taking your food. So I took that little fly to the backyard table, and I sat there with two little needles for 45 minutes, people. And I got that freaking little web off, and I freed that freaking fly. Then my ex-husband comes home and goes, you know, that fly's going to be dead anyway, right? But Belinda, she told me that that's not true. So all these years, I can never forget. I had more because actually, after we got off the phone last night after the live, I was literally going, "Oh my God, Belinda, I got another animal story." Because so it was kind of one of those things. Is my passion and my heart. Animals and children will always have my heart. Why? Because both of them are innocent, right? Right, Kent? They don't mouth you off or nothing like that. The children, they're just so pure, you
Oh,
know.
Lily used to love standing at my patio door because if I don't make it down the backyard to feed the raccoons, they'll come up and put their paws on the patio door, and she'd be on the inside squealing, looking at them.
I was
Aw.
going to say, you must have had earplugs.
No, her squeals weren't as loud.
Aw. I know it, and honestly, and and thank you. I want to thank you again, and I know I gotta let you get going here, but those pictures that you've shared, Belinda, there's actually more that you've put up. I see.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, because before I was going to your Facebook, hitting your likes, and then I started slowly doing and then I'd go, but now I find that I'm so busy doing the lives and that I keep going, oh shit, did Belinda put out something? Because now it's kind of tapering off a bit, right? And I went over there and I was like, Belinda, all these pictures, where these ones come from? On there. And we'll show those again because bottom line is this is still about Jack and Lily, right? And we're talking about obviously a horrific event here, but no one can ever steal away the memories regardless of your time with the children or your pictures and stuff like that. Now, in saying that, so this one, thank you to who sent me this? Darlene. Thank you so much. This is for Jack and Lily. And I just want to be sure because I'm a little bit dense on this. So is this for on Lana's site, these ones here?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So the bracelet fundraiser for Jack and Lily. Bracelets are available by donation, $2.50 for one bracelet, $7 for $3, $10 for $10 for five. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna have to get me some myself. I have ones from the Delphi murders. I have one from the Flora girls, the four daughters that died in that fire.
A
Suspicious fire.
friend of Malaya's bought 1, 2, 3, 5 bracelets.
You said, yeah. So you guys, if we could just maybe start good on this one fresh, and thank Belinda for coming on today. She is not only she a warrior, her ass probably but has a couple hemorrhoids by this point. To be honest with you, we're at 4 hours and 50 minutes. Don't tell her I said that though. But she's probably getting tired, her arms and whatever. But if we could just maybe start, and again, please just plow over to Alana's Facebook site there. I'll put the Facebook link again. Purchase some bracelets, purchase whatever they're offering, t-shirts or whatever. Help out, bring in money to help out with the pamphlets and stuff like that. And if anyone wants to do it on their own dime and regardless, like in their own area of Wentworth and those areas, and you guys are out of there. But yeah, so what do you just ask you? Okay. So what would you like to, in a sense, lastly say about everything at the moment?
I would like to thank everybody for keeping Lily and Jack's name out there. I really appreciate all your guys' prayers. It means a lot. And spread the word as far as you can and hope it goes to as many people as possible. I thank you guys very much.
Belinda, I would like to say thank you for helping us get the information that you have, for being strong for Jack and Lily. Several times on here in different lives, we had made a plea at the end of the live, as you probably know, for Malaya to come forward.
Yes.
And I would just like you to take a minute and speak. If someone that knows Malaya, or if Malaya is watching this, I would like Belinda to have a minute to directly plea to her. And what would you say?
Malaya, I've always thought of you as a great mom. And if you got in too deep and things got out of hand, it's okay. Things can be fixed. We just need to bring the kids home. You need to bring the kids home.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else is nothing.
Well said.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, on that note, I bid you guys good night.
On
Thank
that
you.
note, Belinda, thank you so much and for being here. And I'll talk to you later. Let you go rest now. Thank you so much for everything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Shoot.
Sonny, I'm going to take off too, but tonight, right now, might be a good time to play that tribute video.
I'll play the tribute video now. Belinda got me all teary-eyed again because I just want to say this to you guys. You guys know, especially parents, mothers, fathers. Crap. 1 second. Just give me a sec. Sort myself out there. Are you still here, Kent? I see you still. Now there, Kent. You still here? He's here. Maybe he needs me to boot him out. Do you need my help, Kent? Kick from studio. There you go. On there. You know what? Just give me a second. Just give me a moment. I just need to wipe my eyes. They're also staying. Okay. Thank you. It's so hard. For Belinda, it's way harder. Thank you, guys. I want to say this from the bottom of my heart. Don't want to cry because I feel it coming up again. I want to thank Bev. I want to thank Belinda. I want to thank Charmaine. And I want to thank, of course, Kent for joining us. This was a really special live today for me. It was so great to have Belinda say, you know what, I think I will. It was so great to meet someone and come across someone like Bev as well. And come up here, and she's from the United Kingdom. Very late for her. Totally different timing, obviously. I want to thank you guys for just doing, hitting that like, hitting that share, giving your support to Belinda, and it doesn't matter, again, for Darren, for Daniel, for Logan. And again, I really hope that Janie talks with Belinda and gets more of a timeline so that she can understand, because she has questions, Belinda, right? Who doesn't? But this is the grandmother, and she has questions that don't make sense to her. I would like things to start making sense to her. You know, she doesn't have to deal with knowing at this moment, even though she has a gut feeling that some harm came to the children, Jack and Lily. But maybe a miracle will happen, you know. But don't be so hard on Darren, okay, guys? Don't, okay? If anyone honestly sees that he just wants answers himself, he's Malaya's family, like he said, you know, and yet he's on the Martell side, you know, defending Daniel basically to say, look, I've looked at all this stuff and this is where I'm. Doesn't mean it's right. Doesn't mean he's right. No, but he's just trying to be compassionate because you know how, you know, like he's old school. Like I'm old school. He's old school, right? And don't take offense to the word idiots because I use that word too when I can't, you know, that's kind of like our go-to word back in the day and stuff like that. Whereas younger generation might be like, that's fire, whatever, and stuff like that. But Alana, thank you so much as well over there, mods. But don't be so hard on Darren, okay, guys? Again, you know, don't be like, you guys can do what you want, obviously, but just think about it. He's a person too, and it's not like he's sitting there trying to harm Jack and Lily. He's just trying to bring more insight because some people are fighters. Some people don't care, like myself. I don't care. Come at me. Call me names. I don't care. You have no impact on me by saying words. Words are nothing. Words literally have no meaning to me, right? If I know that I'm doing things from above my heart, being a good, decent person in life and stuff like that, that's why nobody can, you know, come across my shields. Like I said, I've been smacked around, whatever, and all that stuff. And I don't have to take anybody's shit. And I won't, right? But when I've done something, right? Again, I had to kind of learn to stop letting people walk over me and stop being so naive sometimes and whatever. But the passion is sincere, always from this channel. The people that I like to come on the lives are the people that truly have their sincerest hearts and with the best intent, are the people that I like to have on. I don't just like to have on, you know, junk ass people, trolls, and people that just want to blah, 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 blah. You know, I just want people that are kind and caring and really sincere. And again, I said this earlier, the YouTube channel isn't my career. Okay, maybe one day it's going to explode into the stars. Who knows? But it will be done with the sincerest intentions and be organic. But, okay, so Steffers, thank you. As sincere as I am, still, I would desert you guys in a second if it came over Rick Astley and you guys. Just saying, okay? Because I do love the Rick roll sound. But I really, just from the bottom of my heart, guys, which I always speak from, and that's why it was so nice, you know, Darren speaking from his heart as best as he can, Belinda speaking from her heart, Kent speaking from his heart, but his heart, I'll say Kent and Charmaine are a little bit more protective of their hearts. I can tell, you know, it's like they're willing to give out certain information for sure, and they're very open. But I still think that they have more of the, you know, I'll tell you so much, but I'm not going to quite. Whereas me, I'm just like blah 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 blah. What do you want to know? What do you want to know? You know, I mean, up to a point. I'll say 95% of my life, I'll pretty much tell somebody. I don't care. And the reason I ever talk about abuse and stuff like that, right, is because, again, you know, whether this was a domestic violence situation going on with Malaya and Daniel, if it had anything at all to do with that, because by Malaya's messages, regardless, she deemed this relationship as she didn't want to be there and it was controlling. Right. Whereas maybe Daniel didn't see it that way, or maybe he knew about it, but maybe, you know, when all this happened, like maybe, again, the children are hidden. And it's kind of like maybe it was an eye opener to Daniel on this whole thing. Because sometimes some people in the relationship, you know, don't understand that when somebody gets enough of enough, then enough is enough. And sometimes they just, like, you know, are done. Right. But I will speak up on abuse because I have been abused, and I could tell you all about abuse, you know, myself. And so for me, whenever anyone's in that situation, all I say is this: it took me into my 40s to say, I'm done with it. I'm done with people controlling me, abusing me, calling me names, calling me all these mean things. My husband, I've been married to him for 10 years. Wonderful man, 21 years younger. And the best man that I ever met in my entire life is my husband, right? Sometimes he gets cranky with his British ass self. You know, that cancer stubbornness comes out. But my husband loves me very much. And I appreciate the fact that he never tries to harm me and he doesn't try to hurt me, right? And so for me, I don't give a shit if it's 21-year age gap. I'm younger, he's older, soul, and we just perfectly mesh together. And so for anyone that's in an abusive relationship, I do want to say, get out. Love yourself enough to get out if you are. And if Malaya was in a situation where she felt the need that she had to, if she did, that she had to do something, and maybe it went to the extreme, and to come out of that knowing if you're going to do jail time, you know, or prison time because of it, and you've let it go on, but the longer you make it go on, the worse it's going to become. Yeah. For Jack and Lily's sake, please, these children, they deserve answers. It's the only thing I care about with this is that Jack and Lily, you know, just give the case the attention it deserves for these two beautiful kids looking at you right now. It just breaks my heart that we have to look at these children. It doesn't matter if it's Jack and Lily or other children, but this case still has hope regardless. But I just want to thank everyone, whether it's the creators, whether it's you guys in here and that, but I will preach a little bit here. I know sometimes I get, you know, hot on my pants here, you know, when people piss me off in chat because, you know, obviously this case has caused a lot more people to come into the channel, and we typically have been covering a lot of American channels and stuff like that, you know, but this case, obviously, you know, from Canada, Charmaine is, and we got Kent there from Pictou County, you know, and it's just really nice to be covering a case from, you know, our side of the freaking North America here, and it means a lot. And so I really do appreciate all the people, like the subscribers that are here from Canada to support this case. I know some cases happen as well, but this case, it did explode. I don't know why people don't understand that. Some people that are saying that this case exploded. I pretty much seen every true crime YouTuber that I know, and that's quite a few of them. When I say I know, whether I watch them, freaking psychics to YouTubers in the United States, across the pond, in Canada, right, covering this case. So trust me, this case has gotten the coverage, but it does dwindle off. It does mean a lot to keep it going, the momentum going. Again, if hitting that like and that one share meant that somebody in your area or wherever, you know, saw the post and was feeling really shitty about knowing the answers of what happened to Jack and Lily, and that one little thing because they seen something on here or another channel and it broke the case because of that, right? Because most people have some guilt, or if they have guilty knowledge, and some people buckle under pressure because they don't want to live with that shit on their shoulders, you know. So if Malaya, if you know what happened to Jack and Lily, you know, don't let it sit up on your shoulders. Come clean. To Daniel, I say, Daniel, please clear up your timeline in the morning. You'll see a lot more people be supportive to you more than there are if you just clean up, you know, and concede that, hey, you know what? Like Darren said, you made some mistakes, possibly because in the name of love for Malaya. Okay, but I think you're pretty clear on who loves who. You know, you need to love yourself always first and take care of yourself, because when those people freaking ditch you within 5 minutes and they're gone and you're still trying to hold on to that love and stuff like that, great, right? But I think we're at the point now where it's pretty clear that she's saying, Daniel, why are you not looking for my children? You know, pop calm the kettle black so badly there on that one. But I would say, Daniel, come clear up your timeline. And if you have to admit, which I'm sure you did to the police, admit to some lying, okay, you know what? We all do stuff like that. Janie, I really hope that you talk with Belinda and get that sorted out. And hopefully it's something we can share, that you'll allow us to share, so that people between you and Daniel can just bring out that timeline and make sense of all this noise of what doesn't. That is one of the biggest pictures that maybe some people don't understand, but as true crime and in true crime, a timeline is huge. It is. It makes a difference. So if that timeline makes sense, then people can go, you know what, Daniel, actually, now that Daniel says this, now I can see this. Now, now we're getting somewhere. Now we can see the truth. But you do want the backing of the community. You do. Because you want people, when you're searching for Jack and Lily, and that's your quest or your mission for I'm not sure how long, because you said a couple times like forever, but people say stuff, right? But anyways, then trust me, you want the community behind you as best as you can, right? The reason why people get pissed off, like in the true crime community, although we don't deserve answers, and I'm sorry if I'm just keep talking here, but that's okay. But the reason why people get pissed off is honestly when they feel like people are being liars or hiding something. That's when people really get pissed off, because now it's like you're going to take the brunt of pretty much the internet, and that you felt it already. But yet, if people felt like you were telling the truth, or at least if they felt like you were lying and came out and said, you know what, you're right, I did try to protect my life and do that. Again, then next thing you know, you'll see all the support coming back your way. And as for Darren, again, Darren, I appreciate you. I do. Okay, this isn't about sucking anybody's ass or anything like that. This is simply about caring for the fact that I see people that are really caring towards Jack and Lily, whether it's you guys out there hitting that like or share or whatever, that there's some really great people in this chat room. Okay, and there's some douches as well, but whatever. I mean, you got to have the good with the bad, but little bad, mostly good, okay? That really just want the timeline, the answers, so that they can understand themselves to say, hey, you know what? There's some really good darn ass sleuths out here, that can really, like I said, but they need a timeline. People need to have something to build off of, right? It's like when you're building a foundation. Well, you know how it is. If people keep lying, then how can they trust you? But you could build that trust back with people if you literally just wanted the community and help spread that awareness, instead of hearing about how much you're a liar or you did something and this and that. You guys just clear it up. You guys have the answers. We don't. But anyways, back to Darren on that. Darren, I appreciate you. And even if people don't believe in what you say, that's fine. I appreciate the information, because all I do is put it up here and go, well, let's see what's plausible. Let's see if this is possible. Does this make sense? But by Daniel and say Janie clearing up more of that timeline, I think we'll have a big, clear picture. And if it wasn't for these people, I'll say it again. If it wasn't for Belinda, Daniel, Logan, Darren, and talking about this case, we would be sitting here picking our noses, just trying to, and people would start making up shit just because there's nothing coming out. Wouldn't you rather just have at least, hopefully, the truth, and then decipher it yourself with all that information, because it's about one day. We're talking about one day, Thursday into Friday. Yeah? Okay. How can I preach it? Thank you, Sam. Anyways, did I miss anybody? I'm pretty sure I thanked the world. It's just an honor. I'll accept this Grammy. No, just kidding. Thank you to again, Bev, on there, you guys. I'm going to go through these, and then what I'm going to do, no suspects, Flora. I know. Thanks, guys. It was really a great live. I mean, if someone didn't enjoy that, if I see one nasty ass comment on this live, you guys, whoever puts a nasty ass comment, suck it. Instead of people leaving a nasty comment saying, oh my God, that live was too long. Oh my God, that intro was too long. Oh my God, can you let Darren speak? Oh my God, can you let whatever? Suck it. Okay. So can everyone just try to leave a supportive comment on this live tonight, and just be thankful and grateful that Belinda came on here for the first time, that Bev, a child protection lawyer, came on here, that Kent, who's from Pictou has information. And obviously that's awesome having that, right? Me and Charmaine, we're West Coasters here. We're Canadian. Can we at least have some respect for being Canadian, on this one? But anyways, if anyone watching this live and comes across it, just leave a positive comment for Jack and Lily, for Belinda, for us. Doesn't matter. Just try to leave a positive comment. Fair enough? Fair enough. Being nice is free. Like and share. Absolutely. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through these because I really, again, this channel does not ask for donations and stuff like that. But there's people out there that are really kind and want to do it. And again, hopefully some people that are watching this live can go over. Let me just drop that one more time again. And I'll put it on my community post. Just give me about a half an hour or so. But there's the link to go to Landa's Facebook, get some bracelets, help support, please, for Jack and Lily, for Belinda, for family members out there that truly want answers to Jack and Lily. But I'm first going to do this. Helen, thank you so much for your $5 super chat. Rhonda, thank you for your, I was going to say you're becoming a YouTube member. I was going to say Taco, but that's the other Rhonda. So thank you for that. Double L. Thank you for becoming a new member. I'm going to do a members live this weekend, guys. Okay. Those ones are a lot goosier type ones. So we're just going to have a good, wholesome chat, talk about whatever this case, say what we want, how we want, and stuff like that. So I'll do one Saturday. Don't know what time yet, but Saturday. Okay. Maria, Mrs. the South. Do you, Maria? $1.99 super sticker. The Real Me Too. $1.99 super sticker. Jackson, even though sometimes I have to put Jackson back on his take him off his horse and pat his ass back up there. Jackson, thank you so much for that. You had some really great questions, by the way, Jackson. Can't get to everyone's, but there were some really great questions out there. Let's see here. Heather, let's bring Lily and Jack home. Thank you for your 5-1. Joyous, thank you for the $10 super sticker on this one. Christina Alaska, newish to your channel. Thank you for focusing on Lily and Jack. Prayers to you, Belinda. Absolutely. Thanks, Christina. Christina Alaska. You just got to put an A in there, isn't it? Then you got Alaska. Maybe that's where you're from. Angel. Angels are here. Belinda, did you find Malaya's text? Okay, we already said that about the character on that one. 1 second here. Rosebuds, thank you for your super sticker. Thank you, Rosebuds. Know you're always in here. And this one was from Faye, Francis on this one. Thank you so much, Faye. Nice avatar pic there, by the way. But I want to go back over this one quickly. Remember, Sunny, you read a testimony by someone who said that maybe DM Daniel Martell, we'll just say, took the lives of the children, and Malaya Brooks Murray really didn't know what happened. And when her mom came, they said DM did something to Jack and Lily. So it's just possible. Well, you know what? There's nothing off the table, okay? Because we have to still remember at the end of the day. So was this conjectured that this was going to happen? That and this could be true. It could be true. So we don't believe that Malaya thought Daniel did anything to the kids, because it was only last week that she's saying, Daniel, why aren't you out there looking for my children? Why are you so focused on what people are thinking about you, Daniel? And maybe he does need acceptance and stuff like that. So be it. A lot of people need it. I don't so much, but from my husband. But I don't really need the acceptance. But some people out there do. You know, those selfie people, selfies. Their whole freaking Facebook is a selfie. Those are the people that are looking for attention. They're looking for, basically to feel like they're somebody, But anyways, so Malaya obviously said, Daniel, why aren't you looking for the children? That means that, well, what do you mean, Malaya's family? What do you mean, Cindy, then? What do you mean, Malaya? Because you guys are accusing Daniel of having something to do with killing the kids. And that's why he wanted to take a polygraph test. But yet, Malaya is saying in that text message only a week ago, Daniel, why aren't you out looking for the kids? But if your family thinks that he did something, then why would you say that? And she didn't know that that message was going to go out to the public, right? And that's the reason why really that she's not getting those messages now. Because, it can only go on for so long before they are like, shit, everyone's getting my damn messages out there, So, it was, again, what did Belinda have to lose? Nothing. Her grandbabies. Yeah, she had nothing to lose. She just wants the information out there. If you're going to say something, and you're going to go on channels or you're going to talk in their chats and stuff on Dolly, there, Daniel, then obviously, right, if you're going to, and plus, Daniel, you're talking to a bunch of other people there on your messenger because we've seen them. So we know that that's going on, right? So if you're going to do all that talking, then what's so wrong about putting your messages out there? They're Belinda's grandchildren. They're not your grandchildren. They're Belinda's grandchildren. You might love Jack and Lily, but that's their paternal grandmother, right? But anyway, so going back to what I was saying there is that it could be possible that literally there was a little bit of a concocted plan here about Malaya's departure, talking to Mama Dearest, right? Perhaps, Cindy, sorry, perhaps. And there was like, kids are going this way over to the Malaya side. And we're going to blame Daniel because we're going to direct the focus right on to Daniel and blame Daniel and blame Daniel. And really, at the end of the day, honestly, Daniel could be, besides him lying for Malaya, he could truly, absolutely have no idea what the hell went on in a sense, but knows that Malaya did something because obviously Janie ain't stupid, right? And then, but they're deflecting it right back on Daniel because Malaya, your text a week ago said, Daniel, why aren't you looking for my kids? So she doesn't believe that he killed the kids. So that's bullshit on that line of thinking right there. But it could be easily that Cindy shows up in a short period of time, like Daniel says, and then all of a sudden this argument happens and they start accusing Daniel. Daniel, you did it. You did it, Daniel. We're going to put the blame on you and just deflect it. It could make sense as well. Absolutely. So you have to think of everything, So don't be so hard on the family members, Darren especially. Don't be a follower, be a leader. Use your own brains and just take the information and just apply it so that you can make sense of it. If it doesn't make sense to you because your line of thinking isn't that at all, that's okay. That's fine, right? No one's forcing you to. But just appreciate when information does come in and don't bash. Be kind. I should have worn my shirt that said, be kind, be kind. Helen, thank you so much for this. Tally, thank you so much for your pounds over there, the $9.99 on this one. Darlene, whoops, right there. Darlene gifted a membership. So whoever got that, again, great. Thank you so much. I love paying it forward with it when it comes to memberships. Obviously the channel gets a little something off of YouTube that takes their 30%, but and saying that you're paying it forward to somebody else because of that membership. Thank you. Steppers, Darren, you're doing the right thing. Bless you. Thank you so much for the support for Darren on that one. Take care of yourselves, Belinda and Darren. Thank you. Thank you, Aaron, so much. And then the last one is Steffers. Wait, you must have upgraded. What happened there? Where did I see you? Or was it Steffers? Where are you, Steffers? I just saw. Oh, yours was in blue here. You did a super chat. A super chat. Gotcha. Okay, so I can't see the chatting in the live, by the way, because it takes me to a different page. You guys are wonderful, though. Thank you for almost 99.999% of you for being wonderful, caring human beings. Thank you for being with us today. And with that said, there's that gentleman that wrote the song for Jack and Lily. Thank you for caring. And I'm going to play that out as we leave this live tonight. Great live. Thank you to everybody on this one. So with that being said, So I just attached a video to the song because I wanted to honor that gentleman that took time out of his life. Now, I can't think of the name of the person as well, but there was a person that wrote a poem for Jack and Lily as well that I put up here, but I can't remember the name of who sent it. My bad. Sorry. And one more time before we go, I'm going to drop that Facebook link. Go over there, get your bracelets, help support for Jack and Lily. Do it for Belinda. No, do it for Jack and Lily, then do it for Belinda. Or do it for both at the same time. All right, guys? I know I got to get me some, but let me just play that, guys, the video, and then we'll head on out of here. Great live. Thanks again, everybody. All right, here we go. Jack and Lily.
A little girl and a boy went missing one day. It was on Friday morning, the 2nd of May. People went searching in the woods there and back for 2 little children named Lily and Jack. The girl was just 6 years, the boy he was 4. While others were sleeping, they walked out the door. As time it went by and turned into days, no sign of those children, the news it did say. Where's Lily and Jack? Where can they be? So sad and heartbreaking for each family. Not a trace or a sound from Lily or Jack, who walked out the door and they never came back. Lansdowne Station, it was their own. In Nova Scotia, there they did roam. Let's not forget them and let us pray for the 2 little children still missing today. Where's Lily and Jack? Where can they be? So sad and heartbreaking for each family. Not a trace or a sound from Lily or Jack, who walked out the door and they never came back.